right. Hello, everybody, and thank you for joining us. This is No Soundbites Allowed, and I am your host, Michael Voss, Dragon of the Southern Tier. I'm happy to be here with you today. It is Sunday. It is 2:30 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. This is No Soundbites Allowed. I am the Dragon of the Southern Tier, Michael Voss. So, let's get started, folks. We're going to have a very good conversation, I believe. We have a lot to talk about, and I'm looking forward to hearing your tweets, your chats, all of your calls. We're going to be talking about how crazy things are getting right now. From Ohio and the changes and the warnings from the CDC, we're going to be talking about what's happened in North Korea. There is another latest development. ISIS has been getting active. That's big news that's going on. We have a conversation that's been happening in Germany about what the future of Ukraine, what the United States will be doing there. There's the U.S. economy to talk about, and Satanist cults, believe it or not. Satanist cults are happening right now. And all of this is happening. What are we going to do? What are we going to do about it? By the way, let me have a sound check. Anyone who's listening, just type into the comments, and you can always leave comments with us on YouTube, Facebook, Twitter. You can reach us on calling into the show at 607-242-9247. Our phone lines are on and all set so we can hear you. Thank you. I hope it is going to be a great show. And I'm not surprised people aren't getting notifications because YouTube hates me. Susan Wojcicki may be gone, but YouTube absolutely hates this channel because we talk to you around the world because we believe in the First Amendment. We believe in your right to be able to talk about the issues that matter. No matter what your government thinks, no matter what the internet overlords think, we want to hear your voice and tell us what you think about whatever issue you think is important and affecting everyone in the world. That's why we do this, and they don't like that. Slightly quiet? Okay. Let me pump that up a little bit. Let me know if that's a little bit better for you. Dal is mentioning, and he's commenting already, that did you see the new guy is on the same one that was pushing the NFT crypto? No, I didn't see. It's a little hard to hear me, Mike Bowie is mentioning. Give me 1 second to try and fix that for you folks. That should be a little bit better in the volume. I have some limits in how much I can turn this up without going crazy with the system, but that should improve it. Section 230, yes, I know, that's on the way. We may see a massive change to the internet overall. It's going to be quite interesting, folks. There's a lot that's happening here. And I wanted to start off. That is better. Okay, good. Thank you, Mike. I wanted to start off, as always on the program, we like to start with the international and bring it back to the local. And I will be talking about Ohio a little bit later in the show. I want to talk about, I think that is important, and a lot of people have been looking at it, but there's an aspect, something that the CDC did that I think is very different. Dow's mentioning that the new CEO for YouTube is heavily into ESG and NFTs. Well, how is that different than Susan Wojcicki, the old CEO for YouTube? The direction that they have been trying to take everything into has been woke. And that's why they hate everyone who isn't woke. It's crazy. But let me look at something. I think this is important for a lot of people. I don't think most people have heard about this. And the news is coming out in Reuters and certain international news. Now, Israel has been attacked. Well, to be clear, tankers, oil tankers owned by Israel have been attacked. Iran is actively engaging in conflict with Israel. And that's a big deal because that's our only ally in the Middle East. Israel is the only people that we can count on and trust. And we are seeing that Iran is now, this is several times, Iran has been shipping weapons to Yemen. Iran has been militarizing the Middle East. They have been developing their potential for nuclear weapons. Sorry about the P's there. And now they are attacking Israel. And Israel, for their part, as they stated yesterday from Netanyahu, that last week Iran again attacked an oil tanker in the Persian Gulf and harmed the international freedom of navigation. Regional defense and security sources have all looked at this and said that, well, this was Iran. Iran did this. But Iran isn't commenting, which normally when Iran doesn't comment on something means they did it. So the tensions are getting big. And when you take that into account, that Iran is now more actively going into the Arabian Sea and going in there to actively, oh, I lost my face. That's right. Hang on a second. There I am. Okay. And they're going into the Arabian Sea. Then take into account, oh, sorry about the pops there, from February 16th, where we had a conversation with the Voice of America, where they were able to speak with Michael Herzog, the Israeli ambassador to the United States. And in that conversation, the Washington Free Beacon has announced that the United States, under the Biden-Harris administration, has released Iran from several sanctions. They have allowed Iran to work with Russia, someone who they are supplying weapons to be able to increase their nuclear capabilities. And Israel is saying, well, they're going to do something about this, that they are going to take action, that they're not going to let Iran get a nuclear weapon. Mind you, the latest news is that Iran is at 84% enrichment. They are within weeks of being able to have a nuclear weapon. This is a big deal. This is very important. Because if Israel is taking action that the Biden-Harris administration won't, if the Biden-Harris administration is not making it clear that a nuclear Iran is a danger to the world, what's going to stop them? And if Israel is the only one who is acting in protection of Europe and themselves and the United States, what happens when Iran attacks them? We already see that they're doing it. Iran is already making attacks. They're militarizing, they're antagonizing Israel in attacking their tankers, and they're attacking many tankers as they are funding global terror around the world. Like in Yemen, you may recall 2 weeks ago on this program, we were talking about how the French stopped an Iranian tanker, a freighter, and took away all the weapons that were going to the Houthi rebels in Yemen. Iran is getting more and more active. They're sending over missiles and drones to Russia. They are actively coming up against the United States. What are we going to do? Where is the Biden-Harris administration speaking about this? And again, this is directly important to us in the United States and the rest of the globe. Israel is our only ally. We have a vested interest. We have troops in Iraq. We have troops that are in Syria right now. They are under fire. And we have to have a plan. I've said this for 2 years now. I've said this since 2019. What is the Biden-Harris international policy? We don't have one. And we need one desperately to give us guidelines and to give borders, curbs, restrictions on the rogue nations of the world. Because without them, we are seeing big problems. Now, Dow mentioned, internationally speaking, the new president of Italy was recently polled as the most popular in Europe. They are declaring that the nationalist populist movement is on fire in Italy and spreading. It's true. We are seeing more and more nations become more and more conservative because this progressive movement that we have seen for decades in Europe, that we have seen capture the United States over the last 10 years, isn't working. It isn't helping anyone. The world is getting more dangerous, not less. 8 years of Obama and 2 years of Biden, and we have seen every rogue nation in the world escalate its attacks and its violence, endangering the lives of American citizens both overseas and at home, as well as everyone else in the world. All of our allies are increasingly more under attack. And we're seeing that things that we thought were resolved, people that we thought we had fixed, problems that were no longer existing, like Syria, looking at the ISIS, Islamic State, they're back. This is news that you probably did not hear about. This is coming from France. This is coming from France as of yesterday, the 18th. 60 people were killed by ISIS in Syria. This is a big deal because we have troops in Syria. If you saw earlier in the week, I was doing an article. All of a sudden, people have forgotten that we still have over 3,000 troops, U.S. troops, fighting the civil war in Syria. This is a big deal. We have troops who are actively under fire, and Syria is making a resurgence. They have been quiet for more than a year. They were defeated, essentially, in 2019, and now they're coming back. They're seeing this is their opportunity to attack civilians and troops. 61 civilians, 7 soldiers were killed, 68 people yesterday, in a place where the United States maintains, and in fact, under the Biden administration, on the first day that Biden was in office, he doubled the number of U.S. troops in Syria, fighting the Syrian civil war. We have no reason to be there. We have nothing to do with this conflict. It is the Syrian civil war. Now, mind you, because we're there, in part because we are there, Russia is involved. We have Iran is involved. We have a lot of Middle East nations that are there. And Mike Bowie is right. No, they haven't stopped. There was a massive earthquake in Turkey and Syria. Tens of thousands of people died. And that is sad. And it is troubling. And ISIS is taking this opportunity to go in and attack even more, causing more problems. And this is a big deal for us. Because how are we going to react? Why are we going to react? What are we going to do with the 3,000 troops that we have in Syria right now? Something that I think most people have completely forgotten about. I think most people in America, tell me if I'm wrong, have completely forgotten that American troops are in Syria, actively fighting, that there's a Syrian civil war going on that America is involved with for some reason, that we are seeing ISIS resurge. You're not going to see this in American news. It's not being told to you by CNN and MSNBC, the New York Times and CNN. They don't want to tell you about this. But it's happening. And this is all happening, I believe, because we have no leadership and we have no guidance. We have people like Kamala Harris who are making the problem worse. We have Joe Biden who has no leadership. Nobody fears him. No one thinks he will take any action. And that's why we see Russia invaded Ukraine, that China is guaranteeing they're going to go into Taiwan. We have Japan and South Korea terrified of North Korea to the point that they have to build their own armies because they don't trust that Joe Biden will actually protect them. The world is getting crazier. We need to take this into account, and we need for our government to make a plan. I'm not asking for a lot. I'm not asking for the best plan in the universe. I'm not saying that they have to have the perfect solution. We need a plan because ISIS is coming back. They think this is their time, that they can get away with this. It's only getting worse, folks. How about this? You think, Mike, well, you're overstating it. North Korea last year, 2022, fired somewhere between 75 and 90 missiles and ICBM rockets, missiles. These are nuclear-capable weapons that can hit the United States. North Korea has been threatening every one of our allies. They are terrorizing them, and that is causing Japan to build a military, South Korea to build a military to ask for nuclear weapons. It is escalating the tensions in Southeast Asia. They are preparing for war. 3 weeks ago, we had an Air Force general say China is going to go to war somewhere between 2025 and 2027, and we are not ready. The United States is not ready. Josh Hawley said so in a recent speech. The United States is not ready to fight a war with China. Not a proxy war, an actual war. And our allies know that. North Korea knows that because they just fired another weapon. And this is the thing that's very important. Notice, it's not the headline news. Headline news is North Korea confirms test of intercontinental ballistic missile, ICBM, and warns of more powerful steps. Okay. And they go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. The sixth paragraph has what I believe is the most important part of this entire conversation, this entire article. The steep angle launch was apparently to avoid neighboring countries. Mind you, this wound up being just off the coast of Japan. So they were targeting and terrifying Japan. Any Japanese fishing boat, commercial boat, vacation, any individual could have been hit. But let's go on. The flight details reported by North Korea, which roughly matched the launch information previously assessed by its neighbors, South Korea and Japan and Taiwan, show the weapon theoretically is capable of reaching the mainland U.S. if fired at a standard trajectory. Okay, that may sound a little bit too much for most people. Let me make it simple. They fired a weapon and they made it clear it can reach the U.S. It can fly 14,000 miles. You are not safe. If you are watching this in the United States, you are not safe. North Korea has a missile that can hit you. I don't care if you're in Kansas, Montana, L.A., New York, Boston, Florida, Texas. You can be hit by a North Korean missile. And as we told you 2 weeks ago, North Korea has enough nuclear weapons that they can get through our anti-missile defenses. They have more missiles than we have anti-missile protection. We cannot stop all the nukes. If North Korea fired all their nukes at the United States, they will get through. Some of them will get through. We cannot stop them. That is a fact. That is a fact from the United States Department of Defense. It is a fact of our defenses. We can't stop them all, and they are making it clear they can do it. In fact, let me go to another. This is from the Japan Times. North Korea fires ICBM-class missile into Japan's EE economic zone off of Hokkaido. Notice the difference between this story and what CBS is saying. CBS said, oh, well, they just fired a missile. It went into the ocean. No, this went towards Japan. This was targeting Japan. This was threatening Japan on purpose. And North Korea, this was 200 kilometers, which is about 150 miles off of the coast of Japan. This is threatening the Japanese people. And they said, the Japanese defense minister said that the ICBM class weapon, an international intercontinental weapon, was believed to have a range of 14,000 kilometers. Quote, in this case, that would put the entire United States within its range, according to Defense Minister Yusuzaku Hamada. I'm sorry if I mispronounced his name there. So I want you to understand that. And that's as opposed to the comment that we see from CBS. Why is my computer acting up? Where CBS was making it seem like, well, it's no big deal. CBS said, no, it's not a problem. Think about that. And Mike Bowie, you're right. This is an extension of the Obama administration, the Obama-Biden administration. It is a minimizing, a reluctance to look at this as the danger that it actually is. And this is a big deal. Because now we are looking at, as I just showed you, the Middle East is heating up. ISIS is becoming more active. We have troops that are in danger in Syria that no one wants to talk about. We see that Iran is getting more active, which they don't want to talk about. And we're seeing that, according to the Voice of America, Israel feels like they are alone. Hello, Agent Black. It's good to see you from the UK. I'm so happy. What, no one got a notification that I was live today? Tell me that this is not YouTube once again censoring us. They don't want us to talk about this international news. National news that is affecting countries around the world. This is terrifying. So we have CBS is minimizing the news, making it seem like it's not a big deal. It's not a problem. Meanwhile, we have Japan telling you that it is absolutely a problem and they are under threat. Their people are in danger. If you want to know why Japan is building an army, spending $325 billion to build an army within 5 years, you don't have to look any further than the fact that they said this is a weapon that was targeted towards their island, their people, their nation, and it could hit the United States. And the reaction from the United States is, well, they're saber rattling again. No, this is far more important. And you should pay attention to this for people in the middle of America. You're in Kansas, you're in Missouri, you're in Nevada. You're saying, oh, why should I worry? Because they can drop a bomb on you. Because they can reach you and they can harm you. And since 1980, Iran has promised every day, every year, every decade, they have promised that they will kill the United States, that they will kill Israel. And it doesn't matter if you're a progressive or a Democrat or a libertarian, a conservative or Republican. They don't care about your party affiliation. They don't care if you're a man or a woman, a child or grown. If you happen to be LGBTQAI plus alphabet, they are absolutely even more incensed to try and kill you. That is what Iran has said. It's not me making it up. It's not my guess about what they're thinking. This is what they have said repeatedly. And I trust that when they say this, and they keep saying this, and they are doing everything in their power to make it happen, they are the largest sponsor of global terror in the world, Iran, and they have been taking these actions to weaken us. And we have North Korea saying, well, if Iran can do it, North Korea can do it too. And they're threatening our allies. And we're sitting back going, don't worry about it. It's not a big deal. Japan thinks it's a big deal. South Korea thinks it's a big deal. Israel thinks it's a big deal. Europe thinks it's a big deal. Why are we not having these conversations? Why are we not talking about this? And I think the answer to why we're not talking about this is because we are about to get into 3 regional wars. It's not World War III. It's 3 regional conflicts. You can tell me if you think I'm wrong, folks. But when I see what's happening in Southeast Asia, when I see what's happening in the Middle East, and then I get to hear from the Estonian foreign minister, and he says, and you may not be able to hear this, but I have the transcript running. And I want you to pay attention to what he says here, whether you can hear it or not.
I think I would paraphrase President Zelensky's message. Ukrainians are ready. Just give us more leverage, more weapons, was President Zelensky's message. And if you are not doing that, so we collectively will be responsible of prolonging the war in that case. So we do have in our possession a lot of economic leverage, a lot of different conventional weapon systems, and we should use it immediately. That was the reason also Estonia has...
Okay, so what Estonia is saying here, in his words, and I don't know if I know I've had a problem with my audio, so I don't know if you heard that. But I had the words on there so you could see. And all the links are in the description so you can look at this for yourself. Estonia is saying, we need to arm, we need to militarize, we need to escalate right now. That Estonia is escalating right now. He did come through fine? Okay, good. I couldn't hear it in my side, so I didn't know if you guys could. So he is saying that Estonia is escalating, that they are militarizing, and they want Europe to militarize so that they can have what's going to be troops on the ground. This is getting bad. We are looking at another regional war. I want you to hear what Blinken had to say about this. Blinken is saying that they're upset that Russia is getting weapons, that they are getting weapons from China. Matter of fact, before I get to China, we have two Republicans, and there is Texas Senator Mike McCall. And Mike McCall is saying the longer that the Biden administration is dragging out what's happening in Russia, he's playing into Putin's hands. He wants this to be a long, protracted war because he knows that potentially he will lose. We could lose all the will of the American people and therefore the Congress if we do not act more quickly. Mr. McCall, Representative McCall, is saying that we need to more actively get involved, that we have to get into the war. And the answer is, in sending F-16 fighters, McCall says he wants us to put F-16s in the Ukraine. Now, this is important. We have sent over tanks, the M1 Abrams, into the Ukraine. The Ukrainians can't run those tanks. They can't fix those tanks. The Germans sent in the Leopard 2 tank. The Ukrainians cannot fix those tanks. They cannot maintain those tanks. They cannot run those tanks. And they are in the middle of a war, so they can't train their people to do so. They don't have the ways to do that, which means the U.S. has to send in advisors, that Europe has to send in advisors, quote unquote, which means our troops, to train the Ukrainians. If we send in F-16 fighters, which the Ukrainians cannot fly, they are not trained, they don't have the capability, they don't have the pilots to fly them, they don't know how to maintain them, they cannot use them properly, they can't fix them, which means we need U.S. troops in Ukraine to teach them to do that, which means U.S. soldiers are going to be in the ground. So German soldiers will be on the ground. NATO forces will be on the ground fighting in this war. Estonia has already told you they want people to be on the ground, that they are preparing to put people on the ground. This is a regional war, and the United States is walking into it with one eye closed, one eye open. We have members of our Congress saying we need to send in more weapons, which require more troops, American troops. This is how we got into Vietnam. This is exactly how we got into Vietnam. We went in to help our allies, the French. We gave them weapons. We sent in advisors. The advisors got attacked. We had to send in troops to protect the advisors that were protecting our allies. The French left, and we wound up staying there, and we fought in a war. This is the same thing. Representative Mike McCall of Texas when he says we need to send F-16s, he's thinking, well, that'll end the war. He's wrong. What that will do is bring Americans into the war. And I want that to be clear in your mind, folks, because if you were upset about being in Afghanistan for 2 decades, if you're upset about being in Iraq still to this day, if you're upset about troops in Syria, if you're upset about Americans being the police of the world, then you can't tell me you're not concerned that we're sending in over F-16s that require our pilots, that require our mechanics. It requires us to train the Ukrainians. Same thing with our tanks. It is the exact same thing. You can't tell me you're upset about endless war and we are sending over troops. We have to. And why are we not having this conversation? Why is it the news media and our politicians are not thinking to the very next step? You cannot get the F-16s in the air to fight the Russians. You can't get the M1 Abrams or the Leopard 2 tanks to fight the Russians without having foreign troops running and fixing those weapons and coming under fire. And I have to ask a very simple question, folks. If your brother, son, sister, mom, dad, uncle, aunt, whomever it is, if someone in your family in the U.S. military gets killed in the Ukraine, what are you going to say? Are you going to say, well, that's okay, it happens? Are you going to not want any justice? Are you not going to want revenge? Are you not going to want to take action whatsoever? You're just going to let them die and that's it? Or are you going to say, you can't do that, you killed American citizens? Are you going to be like the Biden administration and say, well, we just left, they don't count. They're like the 5,000 Americans in Afghanistan that we abandoned. It's like the 10,000 American civilians in Ukraine. We just abandoned them. They'll figure out their own way home. Are we going to do that about our troops as well? When they start getting attacked, start getting killed, are we going to say, well, it's okay, we don't have to worry about them, forget them, they're not important, let's not talk about that, we have something else to talk about? We have to look at the consequences, folks. And I'm not saying that Russia is good or that we let Russia just run rampant. I'm saying we need a plan. We need to understand the consequences and the magnitude of what is happening and how the world is reacting to that. I'm saying that we have to think this through. It is only a matter of time before Americans and NATO forces in Ukraine are going to be killed. What are we going to do? Can you honestly, anyone watching this program, whether you're a politician or you're an individual citizen, tell me, anyone in the world, can you tell me what will Joe Biden, Kamala Harris, what will General Milley, what will the United States do when our military starts getting killed? Do you know what the plan is? Do you have an idea what the plan is? What is our policy? What is our effort? I would ask this of Representative Mike McCall. I don't care if you're a Republican or not. I have a question. What happens when Americans who are flying those F-16s, who are repairing those F-16s, who are maintaining those and training people on those F-16s, what happens when those American troops die? What do we do then? Do we declare all-out war on Russia? Do we send in American troops into Ukraine? What do we fight Russia itself? Do we go into a land war? What do we gain? This is an important question. What are we going to do? Let me go back to some of the comments here. Dow says that America is going to be caught in a three-front conflict, which is what I've been saying, at least. China, North Korea, Iran, Russia, and you said North Korea twice, might support China in its bid for control of the Pacific. Iran will be the Middle East. The third front is a domestic upheaval. Okay, so you're looking at four fronts compared to what I'm looking at, which is just the European theater, the Middle East, and Southeast Asia. Dan Bongino ran a program a few days ago with receipts that shows that part of the Communist Party of China staging an escalation that have already been enacted, the stages being infiltration, collaboration, destruction, and subjugation. Well, China has been, we already know, China has made it clear, they have said themselves that they are militarizing, that they are going to take over Taiwan by force. Their puppet, which is North Korea, has been given all the technology they need for hypersonic missiles and ICBMs, and North Korea is using them to threaten Japan and South Korea and flaunt their power. China is playing this like they are the white knights, like they're the ones who are going to protect everyone from North Korea, not the United States. The United States isn't doing anything. The United States is sitting back and just letting people do whatever they want because they have no plan, they have no leadership. And it will be China who will protect all of Southeast Asia from North Korea. That's a dangerous thought. Dow goes on to say, where we are also low on military munitions and arms, and our military fuel reserves are very low. You know what? That reminds me of something. And I want to show this. So in that conversation with the Estonian, I believe it is about here. I'm not sure where it is in his conversation. It's about the 3-4 minute mark. But in that, and again, the link is in the description so you can see it for yourself. Right now, Russia is firing more munitions, more bombs and rockets and bullets than Europe is able to make. In a day, Russia fires more rockets, missiles, and bullets than Europe is making in a month. That's an important thing. Europe makes in a month the amount of weapons Russia is using in a day. They cannot sustain a war. The United States cannot, at this moment, sustain a war. Senator Josh Hawley had mentioned just as much over this last week, I think 3 days ago. This is a problem, folks. So there is a lot that is going on here. We need to have these conversations. And I have to ask you, why is it that I have to go to Deutsche Welle? Why do I have to go to the Voice of America? Why do I have to go to France to hear this news? To find out what is happening and how it is impacting us across the world. You're not hearing this from MSNBC, CNN, the New York Times, ABC, CBS. You're not hearing this news. So I'm not surprised people don't know that this is happening. And here's the problem. Here's the problem on the international front. You may disagree with me, but I want you to understand the reasoning. Why do I think this? Why do I think this is all one big snafu? If you're military, you know what that means. It's an acronym. It means something. We have Secretary Blinken, 38 minutes ago, about an hour ago, before the show. He's telling China, he's threatening China about giving weapons to Russia. Here's the thing. They're already giving aid to, China is already giving help to Russia. They haven't given them weapons yet, but they are giving them aid and support in fighting Ukraine, which is essentially fighting the United States. And so Secretary Blinken is doing exactly what we see that Kamala Harris is doing. Kamala Harris, yesterday, threatened the Chinese about supporting Russia in the Ukraine. Now you'll say to me, well, Mike, that's a good thing. That's a good thing. Kamala Harris and Secretary of State Blinken have come out and they've made a threat against China. Except here's the thing. The important thing. What's the threat? What have we said? Kamala Harris went to Germany in Munich and told China, don't you dare give weapons to Russia. You're already supporting them. You better stop. What if they don't? What happens then? She just threatened Russia. She threatened China. And then what? What are we going to do? Secretary Blinken is warning that they may try to do this. And then what? What happens if they don't listen? We said the same thing to Iran. They're still sending drones. They're still sending rockets. What did we do? Nothing. And now we're threatening China? China, who's getting ready to take over Taiwan. China, that is threatening Japan and South Korea so much that they're building up militaries and nuclear weapons. What are we going to do? What are we going to do, Kamala Harris? This is what she had to say. Kamala Harris says any steps by China to provide lethal support to Russia would only reward aggression, continuing the killing, and further undermines a rules-based order. Does China care about any of that? No. China doesn't care if there is a rules-based order that is under the United States or NATO or anyone else besides China. They don't care. They're not listening to you, Kamala. She's troubled that Beijing has deepened its relationship with Moscow since the war began because they don't care that the United States is against Russia. In fact, that's more of a reason. The only thing that Biden and Kamala have done is bring together China, North Korea, Iran, and Russia. They have brought together a coalition of major nations against the United States, almost all of them nuclear powers. Why aren't we having this conversation? Kamala, what are you doing? We need to stop letting Kamala Harris go anywhere in the world. We need to stop her from speaking anywhere in the world because every time she speaks, it makes it worse. She just threatened China. And it's an empty threat. What happens when China calls her bluff? See, she said the same thing to Russia before a year ago. A year ago, Kamala Harris came out and threatened Russia that if they went into the Ukraine, the United States would come down swiftly and punish them. And Putin, in reaction to Kamala Harris, invaded the Ukraine. And their economy, the Russian economy, is doing better today than it did in 2021. It's doing better than before they invaded Ukraine. That is a fact. It's not a question. It's not a guess. It's not an issue. It is a fact. The more we let Kamala Harris speak, the worse things get. She went to South Korea to try and make friends with the South Koreans, who she had earlier insulted. And what was the response? There were another 30 missiles fired by North Korea. Why are we letting her talk? She had one meeting about the southern border, and we wound up with an extra 2 million illegal aliens entering the United States. Stop Kamala Harris from speaking. The woman has no respect. She's the only person who has less respect than Joe Biden. You may not like that. I know there's some people who watch this program and they're going to say, I don't agree with you, Mike. I don't like that, Mike. It's true. Show me the evidence that says that it is not true. Everywhere she has gone to speak for the United States, the situation has gotten worse, whether it's domestic or international. Everywhere she's spoken has led to a bigger problem every single time. Stop letting her speak. But I have to ask you, let me ask everyone who's watching this, what will America do if China decides to send weapons, lethal weapons, ammunition, just like the United States is for the Ukraine? What if China decides to give rockets and missiles and bombs and bullets to Russia? What are we going to do? What are we going to do? Because they're also threatening to go right into Taiwan. They're building up an army to go into Taiwan. They're building a navy. China is building a navy to rival the United States, if not surpass the United States, to go into the South China Sea and go into Taiwan, threatening Japan and South Korea at the same time. And what are we going to do? And if you have never thought of that question, if you have never thought, what will we do? If you have never thought or said to yourself, well, I don't have to worry about that, Mike, because Joe Biden, Kamala Harris, Congress have a plan. Okay, and if you believe that, if you believe that Joe Biden is a great leader, that Kamala Harris is a great leader, that they have a plan, let me ask you, what is it? What is their plan? No one in the news media, for over 2 years now, since 2019 on the campaign trail, no one has asked Joe Biden or Kamala Harris, what is your plan? And the world has gotten worse. To this day, what is their plan? What is the plan for Ukraine? What's our exit strategy? How do we win in the Ukraine? It's a proxy war with Russia. How do we win? What do we get if we win? How do we protect Taiwan? Are we going to protect Taiwan? Are we going to do it? How will we do it? How do we win? Can we fight China? How do we fight China? How do we win? Mind you, if we start fighting China, they make our stuff. They manufacture our goods. So in the same way that Germany has a problem fighting against Russia because all of their energy comes from Russia, the United States in fighting China means that we don't have any supplies because China makes our supplies, which is kind of stupid, isn't it? Again, these are consequences. President Obama said that the United States would transition from a manufacturing country into a service country, and that we would get our goods from China. That means we don't make stuff anymore. China does. And if we fight China, they stop making our stuff. That's food, medicine, clothing, everything. It's over 40% of our goods. And if we fight them, that's 40% of our stuff that will never come to America. What are we going to do? We need to ask this question. We need our leaders to give us answers. Because if we have an answer, if we have a plan, well then the rest of the world will get scared. If we say we will do this if they do that, they won't do it. It's just that simple. It's a self-preservation act. Here is the red line you cannot cross, and we will do this. An explicit, clear, absolute, this is our reaction to your actions. We are going to do this to punish you. And it has to be big enough that it will actually matter. You can't say, oh, we're going to give you sanctions and we'll increase the sanctions over time. Sorry, that's not a threat, because when you did it, it didn't hurt Russia, it improved Russia. Mike Bowie says, in looking at this, Mike Bowie says, Biden would surrender. And I think that's what most of the world thinks. I think that's what all the major countries I've been talking about, which is Iran, North Korea, China, and Russia, all think that Joe Biden would just surrender, that he would just let them take property. Remember, the first thing that Joe Biden said 2 years ago when Russia threatened to take over the Ukraine, the first thing that Joe Biden said in December of 2020 was, 2021, he said, Ukraine, give up the land, appease Russia, just cut up your country and give it to Russia. he was willing to roll over. This is the Chamberlain kind of way. Vic Furman. Vic, hey Vic, it's good to have you with us. He says, we need new leaders from the ranks of average patriots, not billionaires who invested in corporations. I agree. We need people who aren't multimillionaires, who aren't billionaires, who are average people. That's who's supposed to be elected. Not the son of somebody who was elected some time ago. Not a bunch of millionaires. 55% of Congress are multimillionaires who have almost entirely, I believe it's 60% of Congress, has never held a job. They've only been in government. That's the only thing they have ever done is work for the government and be in the government. They have never actually held a job. I believe it's 60% of Congress. Someone can double check me if I'm wrong. That's ridiculous. It's supposed to be this small business owner. It's supposed to be that nurse. It's supposed to be that school teacher. It's supposed to be that construction worker. That's who's supposed to be in charge of this country. Not a bunch of lawyers who have never spent a day actually working and living amongst the people. And I guarantee you, if we had a bunch of construction workers in Congress, we would have a plan. If we had a bunch of librarians, school teachers, if we had a bunch of nurses or doctors that were running Congress, we would have a plan. Instead, we have a bunch of politicians. And politicians don't make plans. They figure out how to get reelected. They make campaigns. They're trying to get reelected, not actually solve a problem. Problems keep them in office. This is why Democrats have no solutions. They have never offered solutions. Republicans have barely ever given solutions. I'm being fair here. Republicans have a couple of solutions. Democrats have none. Why? Because the more problems there are, the more dependent you are on the government to take care of that problem that they never resolve. Democrats today are pissed off because, we need to, what was it Hakeem Jeffries was just talking about yesterday? He's pissed off because we need to, the college debt. We need to waive away. We have to remove the college debt from our students. Wait a minute, Hakeem, you were in Congress when Nancy Pelosi, Joe Biden, in 2022, you had the majority in the House, the Senate, and you had the White House. You could have passed a law to absolve the kids, the college students, of their debt. You could have wrote that into law. You didn't. Why not? Why is it my problem today when you, yesterday, could have fixed it? If you thought that was the right thing to do, you could have passed it. But they didn't. Because they don't want to fix the problem. They want to blame someone for the problem so that they can get more money and they can stay in office and maintain more power. Oh, we're fighting against them to help you. We want to take away your college student loan debt, but the other guys won't let us. Don't think about the fact that we actually had the power to do it. Oh, we need to do immigration reform, but the other guys won't let us do it. Wait a minute, you've had super majorities. You could have passed that. Super majorities. You didn't need a single other person besides your own party to vote for it, and you didn't. That's not my fault. It means you didn't care. It's not important. It's a campaign slogan. If anyone thinks I'm wrong, I am open to hear that. Anything that we have been talking about for the last, it's been an hour. For the last hour, if you think I am wrong, if you think I'm somehow misunderstanding what is happening on the international politics and how it is affecting the world, not just the United States, but the world, please call in 607-242-9247. It's floating above my head. You can call in right now. Say, Mike, I disagree. I want to hear your voice. I want to hear what you have to say. I will not beat up on you. I will not punish you. I will not embarrass you. I want to hear what you have to say. If you tell me I'm ugly, you tell me I'm old, then no. But if you want to say, Mike, I see this all as something entirely different, please tell me. If you think American troops should be fighting in Ukraine, tell me why. Tell me why American troops should be fighting in the Ukraine. And also tell me, how does that war end? How do we end that? The moment we start having troops in the Ukraine, how does that war end for the United States? What is our victory conditions? Where is our success? How does this end other than what we did in Afghanistan, which is spend 2 decades fighting a war and then running away? And I guarantee you, U.S. troops, NATO troops, German troops, even Estonian troops show up in the Ukraine, that war will last for decades. The Russians will never give up. They will never stop fighting. It will be Afghanistan all over again. It will be Vietnam all over again. They will not stop fighting. But if you think I'm wrong, I want to hear why. Truly, I do. And I do think, Vic, I think you're right. We need better leaders. Because better leaders will give us an answer. If the answer is we have to go in and fight the war, fantastic. Tell me why and tell me how we win. The American people deserve to know that. If the answer is we're not going to go in, but we're going to do this economically, okay, how much money are we going to give them? You know, here's a lie. There was a lie. Where is it? I want to show you something. Because you're being lied to. Because they're playing games with the numbers. Let's see. CBS. No. Sorry. I'm trying to find one of my articles. Reuters. Now, whatever. It's amazing to me because you ask people, how much money are we willing to give? Let's see. We're paying 71% of the GDP. The United States by itself is paying 71% of the GDP of the Ukraine. That's $113 billion a year. How long can we keep doing that? What do we get for that? If we're going to have a financial war, what do we get? Hello, John. John Cordisco has joined us. I'm happy to see that you're here. And by the way, folks, if you think I'm misunderstanding this, Russia laughed in Kamala Harris's face. This is from NPR. It's a 4-minute video, but essentially they said, well, you don't know what you're talking about, and we don't care. So Kamala Harris made it worse. Meanwhile, China is working with Russia in South Africa. Do you notice more and more nations? We've lost Africa. The United States has no influence in Africa. Whole area, whole continent, some 27 nations we have lost. But China has power there, and Russia is working with China there. And that's a problem. And if you think, well, Mike, well, that's not that important. I mean, it's Africa. We can still, it's all good. Okay, for all the people who believe in climate change, every single piece of climate change technology, your windmills, your solar panels, your electric vehicles, that all comes from Africa. All of the metals, the heavy metals, they're all in Africa, which is under the control of China. Which brings us back to the same problem. If we are trying to go all climate change, green energy, and China is the one who is in charge of giving us all the metals to make that, well, guess what? How can we fight against them if we can't then turn on our solar panels, our windmills? We have no supplies. They have control of all of it. We can't even make it on our own if we wanted to. We can't. We don't have access to the metals. China does, and China is working with Russia. Just like we can see here, where they've been working with Russia, China's working with Russia as of today in South Africa. It's that clear, folks. And the mainstream U.S. media won't tell you this. They will not have this conversation with you. The international news media is having this conversation. The rest of the world is talking about this. And they do know that this is important. They are saying we have a problem, a long-term big problem, and it's getting worse. Where is America? Where is a plan? Where is a policy? They're not hearing anything, so they're saying, well, I guess we have to go at our own. Let's build up a military. Let's escalate the situation. Let's get closer to 3 regional wars. Whoever's sending me a text, I'm actually on the program. So call in 607-242-9247 because I'm not going to pick up a text while I'm talking. But am I wrong? Yeah, you can call on Messenger. Call in. You can call on Messenger. Vic did last week. So, yes, you can call in on Messenger on my Facebook page, and you will get through to this channel. Vic did it last week. So that's me talking, and I'm almost done. There we go. All right, can you hear me? No, it's connecting. Hang on one second, folks. He's connecting.
Yep, can hear you just fine.
Fantastic, and we hear you. So before you start, can you tell us, it's Michael Voss. This is No Soundbites Allowed. What is your first name? Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Okay, what's your first name?
That's Dell. It was a little clearer to call through the messenger than it is to get through by phone.
No problem, I understand. But everyone else doesn't know who I'm talking to. That's why I ask. So what's on your mind, Dal?
Telegram from the chat. Yeah. Well, you were talking about South Africa. There's a couple interesting tidbits. I actually talked with people from there, and one of the things that was coming across to me was that South Africa itself, just South Africa, is having a heap of trouble right now, and China has offered a solution. One of the things that's going on down there is Cape Town is running out of potable water. They don't. In fact, I believe it's maybe not this year, but I think by the end of next year, they will have no drinking water left that will be safe to drink. So what's happening is a lot of people in leadership over in South Africa are talking with the Chinese to try and get them to help them build infrastructure for water purification and desalination. Mm-hmm. And in exchange, like in other places for the Belt and Road Initiative, China is offering loans, and then they're also requesting what will end up happening is they will capture port space and resources within the country that they will take in lieu of the loan money that they're going to eventually call back.
Let me ask a question quick, Dal. Isn't this the same structure of deal that China has used to take over all of the rare earth heavy metals in Africa, that they've gone in and made exactly the same deal, which is why they control all of those that we need for climate change, all those metals?
Yes. Yeah, so you're looking at places like Somalia, Ethiopia, where they have heavy metals and they have port space. And particularly the big story was Djibouti. China Uncensored ran a story of it several years ago. Djibouti has actually been rented for 99 years, and there are Chinese ships in port, giant container ships that turn out to have military installations built inside the containers on the decks of these ships. And they're using them as an impromptu base, which from there they were able to branch out into several other countries that are in trouble, like Zimbabwe. There was some bits in Rhodesia, the Congo, and several other countries. And really, what you're seeing is they're so desperate, especially Zimbabwe, after they had that massive kill off of white farmers and the taking of private land by the mercenaries that were being employed by the government who could not pay them. And so they cut them loose and they said, go take the land, you know, do with it what you want. They ruined it and the country started to starve. So they ended up looking for handouts, and China was there and said, hey, we'll put in some new infrastructure. We'll start up new farms. We'll help you get all this other stuff. Just become one with us in the Belt and Road. And the promise is always, we'll give you money. We'll help you build projects. And they never specify who's going to build it, though. And what winds up happening is they assume that they're going to send Chinese engineers over to teach their own people to provide the mass labor. But what ends up happening is China sends its own people over, engineers and general laborers included. They take over the project, and then when they're behind and over budget, China goes to the country and says, hey, loans up, it's time to pay up. And they're like, well, we can't. The project's not finished. We haven't been able to use it. And you're asking for money that we don't have. And they're like, okay, you know what? No problem. We'll just go ahead and we'll take the project back. It'll be ours. And along with that, we'll take all this collateral of resources from your country and we'll just develop it for ourselves.
Yeah.
And if you guys want, you can join our security forces or something like that, or you can go elsewhere and work for us.
Well,
and so essentially what they're doing is they're gathering up people and they're displacing them and shipping them around as a sort of security force to different places. And they're just slowly expanding themselves throughout the entirety of Africa. I think really anything below the hemisphere, the southern hemisphere, the southern equator, has been pretty much taken over. Northern hemisphere, you're looking at the Sudan. I think might have a train project that's going to be starting up soon.
Yes.
And there's Egypt. I think Egypt and Libya are the only two that I know of that have not fallen to the Belt and Road, though they're considering some sort of trade agreement with China. And
well, they have
Africa is a mess.
Well, they have
Africa
to.
is an absolute mess.
Well, I agree with you, and they have to because there's so much momentum. We've seen China has been in Africa actively investing for more than 2 decades, about 3 decades now. During the entire Obama administration, he ignored Africa and ignored the fact that China was making all these investments and basically these lemon car deals. To make it simple for people who may not be familiar with this, it's essentially like going into a car dealership and they're giving you a blank contract for a lemon car. They know it's not going to work in time that you need, and they're going to make all their money on the back end because you have to go to their garage to get all of their supplies, all of their tools to fix your car. They know you have to come to them. It's part of the contract, and they're going to just rake in money over and over on you on a bad deal, and you did it because you were desperate because you needed a car, even if it only worked half the time. It's the same concept in sub-Saharan Africa. They need money. They need supplies. China has it. America is ignoring them. They took the deal that they had, and then they found out it's a deal with the devil that it's going to suck them dry. And there's nothing they can do about it. And America is still going, we sent over Kamala Harris one time to say, well, America would like to consider start doing deals. Too late. They've already made the deals.
Yeah.
Have I misunderstood that?
No, that's exactly what happened. And I can remember even when I was there, it was just before 9/11, I came home, or just after 9/11, I came home. So we're talking like 2001 or so.
Mm-hmm.
The only time that America ever sent a representative anywhere was when, I can't remember if he was senator at the time. I think Obama came to Durban.
He was senator
but they
at the
had
time.
they had the reparations council or committee or whatever. It was in Durban, in South Africa, and he walked in, said hello to everybody, and then basically flaked off. And it wasn't even a very serious thing. Like he was doing his, he was going around to different countries, and he was like, I think that was the time when he was, bowing before the princes of the Saudis, and
Yes.
doing all this,
Apology
America
tour.
apology tour.
Yeah.
And that was one of his stops, was at Durban, and he made a very poor showing. In fact, a lot of people, when the news reported on him appearing at the reparations summit in Durban, and he did not stay, we're like, look, America's not serious. No, we're Africa. Nobody cares about Africa. America doesn't care about Africa. The last time they said they cared about Africa, they were making a show of pulling all their businesses out of Africa and not helping anybody right the racial wrongs of apartheid.
Yeah.
Instead, they just left them to their own devices.
Apartheid divestment.
Right. So South Africa at least, the people there wanted American involvement, but when they saw that America was unserious about doing anything worthwhile in South Africa, they wrote them off.
Well,
so of course they're going to go to the next group that's going to be strong enough and have enough finances and resources to try and pour investment into the country, and that was China.
Yeah. Well, as I remember, when the United States in the 1980s, mid 80s, about 86, the United States decided to divest from South Africa because of apartheid. People
may Coca-Cola.
Yeah, surprisingly. And in that divestment, that's when we saw I believe it's called the ANC, which is a socialist communist organization, radicals.
Yeah, African National Congress.
Yeah, yep. The African National Congress. I remember the initials ANC. And that's when they rose up and started fighting against South Africa, which got a lot of support from the United States, but that was directly tied to China and communism. That was a communist uprising in South Africa because the United States didn't step in. And are we surprised today that those people then went into, Africa changed, yes, and we've seen that they've somewhat integrated their politics, but they're very socialist leaning and they have great ties with China. Are we surprised that today we're seeing that China is working with South Africa and Russia to have exercises, which is a big slap in the face of the Biden-Harris administration? Am I wrong?
No, and what's more is that when you look at the President Mandela and you look at Thabo Mbeki, who was his right hand and vice president at the time that I was there, they both had trained in Moscow to start and then followed up with Chinese training in Beijing. So they were getting not just the old Soviet communist playbook, but they were also getting the Maoist playbook, and they were using a what do you call it? Not a compendium, but a conglomeration of the two to produce a sort of communism with African characteristics within the nation. And it led to all sorts of corruption. And that has slowly caused the country to devolve and internal systems to break down, to the point where many people fled and it became illegal to flee with your wealth. I can remember we ended up flying out right after 9/11, and one of the investors, one of the business owners that was there, was trying to get his wealth out of the country, and he couldn't wire it out anymore. Banks were refusing to remove wealth from the country. And so what he did is he pulled out a massive amount of physical money, and we ended up using a money belt, and we smuggled his wealth out of the country into another country and then transferred the money over into another denomination that he put into a bank account. Like, that's how bad things were getting when I was there. And it just kept going downhill from there. Having that loss of that continent for resources, for manpower, is detrimental to everyone, because without the freedom to self-determine and know how to do it, practice it, they're just going to become a satellite continent. It's not going to be a state. It's going to be an entire continent that's at the beck and call of of communist overlords.
Well, that's
It's
what.
going to be bad.
Oh, no, I think it's already bad. I think it's going to get insane because no one's been thinking about the consequences. No one's been having this conversation with the American people. No one's
Yeah.
talking about Africa or sub-Saharan Africa since the divestment in South Africa in the 1980s, mid 1980s. Let me ask you, did you know, am I wrong when I hear Estonia saying that they are going to militarize and they're calling for Europe to militarize, and we see the United States sending in the M1 Abrams tanks,
Hmm.
which require U.S. troops to run into your military,
Yep.
the Ukrainians can't fix these tanks. They can't run
No.
these tanks. We need American troops. Am I wrong when I say this is a Vietnam scenario where we're going to have troops more and more on the ground, call it an Afghanistan scenario, where we have more and more troops on the ground, and this is a potentially decades-long war? Am I missing that? Do you think I'm wrong?
No, I can't see any of with the trends and the evidence that's before us. I can't see any other outcome. It's going to wind up being another case where, as long as this leadership persists in trying to pursue some sort of proxy war, it's going to have to escalate because, like you say, at the very least, you're going to have to send people over to train locals on how to maintain these systems.
Mm-hmm.
But that's not going to be enough because they're going to be fighting on the front lines, learning these systems in a sort of crash course way. You're going to have Americans that are going to have to fight next to them in order to keep themselves safe, which means that you're naturally going to have to increase the contingent that's over there to protect our own soldiers, which inevitably is going to lead to a military clash between Russian soldiers and United States forces.
That's
Now, whether
Vietnam.
they do it right, whether they do that under the guise of NATO or whether they do that directly as the United States, that I don't know. They might just say, "Hey, we're all NATO," so that they can have the backup from Europe. But
That doesn't matter.
re-
That's
no, really, what it comes down
semantics.
to is that what we're going to wind up seeing is that the U.S. is going to be using lots of special forces, just like Vietnam. They're going to be trying to train uh, locals in different towns and stuff along the borders of the front with the Russians. There's inevitably going to be captures. There's inevitably going to be deaths, and it's just going to get very bad as far as casualties go, and it's going to draw America right into the war. So that's one front. Then you have the problems with Iran, who are going to be supplying and helping in Ukraine, but they're also going to be starting another conflict in the Middle East. Well, if we honor our treaties with Israel, we're gonna have to get involved with that too. So that splits our manpower. So then we're gonna have to send troops over there with equipment that we have, if we have any left. And then you're going to see Taiwan, and Taiwan's going to have equipment, but they're also going to need personnel from us because they're going to have to learn the systems. It's going to be the same thing. So it's not just going to be one Vietnam; it's going to be three.
Well,
Three Vietnams.
how long have I been saying that? How many
Yeah, and
weeks have I been saying that?
it's been years. We've been saying it for what, 2 years now?
At least.
We've been discussing this, and it just gets progressively worse. Now, what's the solution? The solution, I think, if you're going to have a plan at all, the solution would be to Im- immediately cut whatever aid we have going to the Ukraine, have it stop. And we have to try and get Russia and Ukraine to the table to conclude some sort of business. We know that Putin wants access to the Black Sea.
Yep.
We know that Turkey doesn't want to give it to them. Turkey's
Yeah.
never wanted to give them any access to the sea.
Yeah.
So that's going to be an issue. So we can't just bring Ukraine and Russia to the table. It's going to cause a problem where we're going to have to bring Turkey, Ukraine, and Russia to the table and try to hash something out. But if we don't try, what's going to wind up happening is America is going to be split between three foreign actions, and then you have what I was talking about with the fourth action is that we already have Chinese police presence embedded here in the United States.
4
We already
police
have-
stations.
Right. Or more. There was talk of actually more showing up on the western coast.
Yes.
There's also the elite capture process that they use, where they get into universities, they get into politics. They're on boards of corporations. For
Confucius Institute. You're talking about the Confucius Institute, which we've covered on this channel.
Confucius Institute. Yep, there's those. But then there's also another group that's being used that gets onto corporate boards. And so you have like minor foreign investment from China that are part of the CCP and are overseen directly by this one group. Serpentza, who is a South African that talks about China, who lived in China for a while, was talking about this group. It's directly overseen by the CCP. They basically get themselves under these different corporate boards, especially in big tech, so they have control over information. And they build out collaborators within that group that are sympathetic to China, and they will push Chinese positive information, data gathering, propaganda, and they will essentially work their way out into the general populace through the universities and these big tech companies. So we've already seen the infiltration. There's the collaboration with land owning for food supply. China has bought arable land, sometimes in very close proximity to military installations.
Farmland. That means farmland for people.
Farmland that have Chinese workers on them, or they have people that are employed directly by Chinese businesses that are directly overseen by the CCP. They have, so with that in place, they also have water rights. And China buys a lot of access to water.
Well, water is
internationally,
massive resource around the world. Look at Haiti.
And one of the things that they're having a problem with directly in China right now is that they're running low on water for industrial purposes. They can still water their population, like they can still have stuff to drink, but the water that they're using for industrial processes is running out. So they're gathering up water resources from all over, and they're shipping it back to China for these manufacturing processes. So they have the manufacturing for our supply chain, which they source all of our medications because it was cheaper to buy it from China. So all the raw goods that we use for things like aspirin, cough medicines, over-the-counter medications, allergy medicines, some heart medications, some life-saving medications for things like cancer treatments, all come from resources that are sourced out of China. So you have that. Then you have processed foods. You have equipment. You have automobile parts. You have tech parts. You have munitions. The last lead refinery in the United States that created projectiles for our ammunition closed. I think it was 2006? I think. Somewhere in there, the last lead refinery in the United States closed, and it was a big to-do because it was an environmental disaster then. The lead refinery had been leaking heavy materials into the earth around that factory for almost a decade, and so it was causing the town to get sick. So they closed it for environmental reasons, but then all that manufacturing went overseas.
Yeah, but
where the regulations are less. So our military is buying a large amount of small arms ammunition from China and Russia.
I understand. And so, again, we're back to the same scenario. We can't, how can we make threats like Kamala Harris tried to do yesterday and threaten China when China is making 60% of our goods, when they're our supply chain? And if all they have to do is turn off the spigot, and we're screwed because we're a service economy, thank you, Obama, and we can't manufacture things. And I know, Joe Biden wants to say, but we are manufacturing because he's busy about taking care of the airline fees, because that's the big problem, is airline fees, not all the other things we're talking about. And in terms of manufacturing, where we're going to make chips. And I was going to mention this before, but did you hear this? Taiwan was laughing at us. Taiwan, which is all the microchips in pretty much the world, are coming out of Taiwan, and they're laughing at the United States. It's just been revealed by Politico the conversation when Nancy Pelosi went over. Morris Chang, in charge of the largest chip maker in the world, TSMC, told Pelosi and the United States and said, you made a one-time investment. We're making a one-time investment here in New York State. We're making a one-time investment in making microchips in Micron. But by the time it's built, everything in that facility will be archaic. It will be old. It will be useless. We can't just make a one-time investment. We have to constantly make investments in there for a decade or two. Is America going to do that? And I don't believe we will. Let me ask you, do you think we're going to make the investments we need to?
Not with this current administration, no. And I think that was one of the biggest problems with the changing of the leadership. When you had the elections in 2020.
Well, be careful about that. That was the most safe and secure election that has ever existed, according to Susan Wojcicki.
I know. I'm going to say when we had the elections in 2020 and Biden took the presidency, legitimately, right?
That's what Susan said.
Going on there right now. No, Hong Kong. When there was that transfer of power, one of the first things that happened was our energy was cut off.
Yeah.
We were sabotaged right from the start from making any sort of advancement in bringing manufacturing back. And we've been behind for the last 2 years. Now we have got to give credit where credit was due. For as much as he was blocked by many other things, his administration was doing their best to try to make deals to bring manufacturing back to this country.
Yes.
And to sustain the manufacturing that was already here.
And he
help
did.
It expand. And he did, to a large extent. But it was not large enough to reverse the decades from like 1991 on, where investment in jobs left the United States for the lesser regulations and the better manufacturing environment of China. That's
True.
not something that he could do in 4 years. Maybe in 8, but not in 4. It's one of the things that might be his biggest selling point come 2024, but it won't be in time. No. I really don't think it will be in time. And because people, especially in New York State, for us specifically, because we have already been depressed and we were just, as an individual, I was just, as a family man, we were just getting out of the hole and starting to make headway towards actually being able to secure better wages, better work, and be able to get ahead on things like our debt and pay that down and actually become financially liquid. That all got erased within 1 month after 2020.
Yeah.
We just saw it collapse. And we had been fighting, like my wife and I had talked about this, we had been fighting personally on a family level the entirety of 2006 all the way through to 2016 was just one decade of nothing but financial hardship after another until we finally had help from family and we got it together and we were able to get out ahead of this. And then after 2020, we were right back to where we were in 2006.
Well, that's the old saying, are you better than 4 years ago? And I don't think, and most Americans today, when they are polled on this, will tell you economically, in terms of safety, we're not better off than we were 4 years ago. That's just a fact. By the way, Dow, there is a question from one of the in the chat. Why were you in South Africa?
I actually was in South Africa at a time I was a student. My father had a business over in South Africa, and we stayed for about 4 years, where I became a permanent resident of the country.
Okay.
And so.
So you were legal.
I was a legal immigrant.
Okay.
We went over there because my dad had employment there for those 4 years, and he was actually canonical lawyer, and we were working out a jurisdictional dispute between the Orthodox Church of the Patriarchate of Alexandria and the Patriarchate of the Americas, or the Metropolitanate of the Americas. And so while my dad was there, he was serving an Orthodox parish in Johannesburg. And so we were there. I went to school there for 4 years, and I got to know the people. I got to see a lot of the country, and the place is gorgeous. Like the country itself is great. The people generally are really good. There's a very distinct line between those that have and those that do not have. We were by no means well off, but we certainly were able to afford a place to live where we were inside of like a gated community. A lot of the residences around there have large walls with barbed wire, and security services. So it wasn't really safe, but it was relatively okay. You had a fairly normal life.
Well, it's amazing. Walls work. Who knew?
Yeah, they do. It was a little odd getting used to using higher voltage.
Well, of course.
They had like the 220, 240 there. I got shocked a couple times messing with Mara Electrics, but I'm fine.
It happens.
I think. But no, I was there to learn, and one of the things that my dad was trying to impress on me is like how other people live outside of the country, and I got to see that. And I made friends with people that were in townships. I made friends with people that were living in Pretoria, one of the other capitals that was above Johannesburg, and I got to see America even from a different angle, and that I think is one of the biggest things that made me appreciate the Constitution and liberty.
Well,
because even though we were over there, and you were fairly free while you were there. Like there wasn't a whole lot of papers, please, or anything like that. It was generally not wise to walk around, especially if you were not indigenous.
Yeah.
If you were not part of the actual culture, but you were an immigrant from the outside, it was generally not a good idea to be walking around by yourself. I ignored it.
Yeah.
But I got lucky. There were a couple times where I got myself into a few scrapes, but I learned, and I had friends that helped me out. So I mean, it was okay.
It's the joy of being young.
Yeah. I was very lucky. So having seen all that, and mixed with various people from all over, like there were Australians there were Serbians there, there was Afghanis there, and that was really tense when we first invaded Afghanistan. That was really tense because I had people that were contacting us, my family, saying, you need to take your American flag down, put up the Greek flag, put up the Canadian flag, but get your American flag down off the flagpole.
Yeah, I know.
And we had it was interesting. I mean, it was very tense for a good couple of weeks before we came home.
I've been through that. I know how that is. I've been through that in Moscow.
So we the biggest thing that I learned though is like when you come over to the United States and people ask you questions, right? And one of the things that they ask you, especially when there was a lot of craziness going on with the American government reacting to 9/11, there were people that were joyful. They were like, aha, see, America finally got kicked in the teeth, and then that takes them down a couple pegs. And then there were other people that were really upset with things. I was there when we went into Sarajevo with Clinton, and there were people from the Serbian side that were like, how do you Americans let your leadership get away with stuff like this?
Well,
don't you have a direct line to the president, and you have to sit down and talk to them and tell them, look, no, that's not how it works. We don't get to necessarily sit down with each of us doesn't necessarily get to sit down with our representative or our president on a regular basis and fill them in on what we want.
Well, the overseas
it can work that way sometimes, like if you go to a town hall like you did.
Yeah, but they have a different.
Generally,
even being able to do the town hall like I did, which we covered on this channel with with Mark Molinaro, it's very interesting because they never get that opportunity. So they think we have a different relationship with our politicians, and we do,
Right.
than the rest of the world, but it's not quite what they think. Let me do this.
I think.
Oh, go ahead.
Well, I was going to say, I think that could change though. Like with the rise of nationalist populism, I think you'll see that a lot more people will be willing to look at more direct access to their representatives, especially if they're going to try to repel these kind of conflicts that are coming, military conflicts that are coming. Like one of the things that would be best for Taiwan is if they militarize their society in a sense.
Well,
Give them
see,
the Second Amendment.
well, see, that's a whole nother discussion. And before we go there, we've been talking for a while. I do want to give other people a chance to
I'm
call
gonna
in.
let you go.
But you raise a lot of good questions, and I know, Dal, we talk all the time. You bring up very good points, but that's a whole other episode too.
Yeah, that's a whole nother episode. But that would be a solution that would help take pressure off of the United States.
It would be one of several strategies, but the problem is right now we don't have a strategy. But let me, hey, Mrs. Dow.
He says hi.
Let me let you guys go. Let me see if anyone else wants to call in. There's a whole bunch more coming on Ohio, Satanist cults in America in our schools,
Yeah, that'll be interesting.
illegal immigration. There's a whole bunch of other stuff that's coming up. Okay?
Yep. All right. Talk to you later, Mike.
All right.
Bye-bye.
Bye-bye. Now, folks, just like you see with Nick, just like with Dal, you too can call into the program from anywhere in the world. You can use Facebook. You can call in to 607-242-9247 to tell us what you think is important, how you feel about some of these issues, what you're thinking about these issues from around the world. It's up to you. And I'm happy to hear your voice and hear what you say, whether you agree or disagree with me. That's perfectly fine. Just be respectful and tell me why you think what you think. And Dow did share some of his experiences from being overseas, from looking at America from the way that the rest of the world is looking at us, and seeing how the consequences of what we are doing have long-term repercussions that our mainstream news media doesn't want you to think. They say something, and then in 2 days, the news cycle, they go through a 2-3 day news cycle, and then they ignore you. They tell you it didn't happen, or they want you to forget. We don't forget because it's important. And Africa is important for a lot of reasons, especially if you believe in climate change, especially if you think we need to get rid of oil or fossil fuels, then you absolutely should be concerned about what is America doing with Africa and the fact that we have put ourselves behind, we're behind the 8 ball, and China's running it. And that's the problem. So I'm very happy that Dow called in about that. And I want to again emphasize, if you think, well, we're getting manufacturing back because Biden invested in chips, and that's going to be the answer. We'll fix everything. First of all, we need to fix our infrastructure. We need electricians, we need plumbers, we need machinists. We don't necessarily need computer chips, because when you go into your house and turn on your water, a computer chip isn't going to take care of that. But on top of that, or you want to drive down the road, a computer chip isn't going to get you down the road. That's not going to get you across a bridge. But it's important to know that as of 5 days ago, we finally found out what happened when Nancy Pelosi went to Taiwan and she was talking to Morris Chang, the tech king there. And what we found out in that call is that Taiwan is laughing at us because they don't think we have the long-term will to actually make it work. Yes, we're building a factory in New York State. It's $50 million. Fantastic. What about the next $100 million? What about the upgrades, the training of the personnel? This is a multi-decade commitment. And we're talking about building a factory, 2 or 3. That's it. That's the plan right now, is we'll build a factory and it'll take care of everything. No, we have to train the people. We have to keep them trained. We have to upgrade. We have to build more factories and more upgrades in the equipment. And Taiwan knows that. The world knows that. Do you think the Biden-Harris administration knows that? Do you think they have the will to keep inputting money? And how much money is it going to be? $50 million for Micron in New York State. And then what? How much more money? And where's that money coming from? It's your taxes. Whether it's property taxes or it's your income taxes, the money's coming from you. Are you willing to spend for the next decade or two to get a better computer chip so your iPhone can run a little bit better, which still isn't being made in the United States? Okay, so you got a better cell phone. Is that going to get your roads fixed, your bridges fixed? Is that going to make the water cleaner? But no one's thought about that. No one's talked about that. No one told you that this isn't a one-time fix, that this is something that you're going to be dealing with and paying for decades. No one wants to talk about that. And that's why no one wants to talk about the fact your solar panels, every 15 years on average, especially in the Northeast, you have to replace them all. All your solar panels have to be replaced. All your windmills need to be replaced about every 15 years. And that is toxic. The same people who are telling you climate change, green energy, need to have it, they left out the part in the conversation that all those solar panels, they can't just recycle them. They're toxic. They have to bury them. They have to have them in a special place that destroys the land because it's not good for the environment. The windmills are not good for the environment. And so in replacing, you have to replace them every 15 years. That's coming out of your pocket. It's not the quick fix going to save everyone. The environment's all perfect. No. There's more to this because no one's talking about, and then what happens? What's next? And oh, we switched everything to green energy. Fantastic. And every 15 years, where's the money coming to replace all this? Where's the money coming from to take care of the toxic components that are going to have to go somewhere? A landfill? Dump it in the ocean? Shoot it into the sun? Where are we getting this stuff from? Oh, but no one told you that, did they? They just told you, green energy, it solves everything, no problem. Just get a solar panel and it's done. But it's not. We got to think about this. And that means we get more from Africa, which means that's more money for China. That's helping China's economy. That's helping their power in the world, not the U.S. Meanwhile, China doesn't care about green energy. They're the problem. I keep reminding people, the United States is not the problem. Green energy, climate change is not a problem of the United States. We reduce more greenhouse gases than all of Europe and the United Kingdom combined by 6 times. We are the leader in the world. We're doing more than every other country, no matter how much they complain. We are better at this than everyone. And you would listen to the activists tell you that, oh, America's the problem. We're the solution. It's not about us. We're not the problem. We're the fix. We've been fixing this since 2016. The problem is India and China, who don't care. And they control the future. They control the metals that are needed for this climate change. And climate change has its own problems that they don't want to tell you about. Ethanol, destroying our oceans, killing every single living thing in our oceans. Oh, they don't want to tell you about that. But you got to have more ethanol. Even while there's a global food shortage right now, we're taking our corn, the food we need, and we're using it to make ethanol, which is poisoning our oceans. Don't believe me? Look it up. Ask anyone who actually knows anything about environmental science. Ask them about ethanol. I've been studying it since 2008. It's a fact. It's not a question. It's real. But you're not supposed to think about that. You're just supposed to say, yes, climate change, good. Yes, solar panels, good. Windmills, good. Don't think about it. Don't ask any questions. Don't think about the long-term repercussions. We're going to have microchips being made in the United States. Yay! Don't think about how much money it's going to cost to upgrade and keep it constantly up to date. Don't think about that. Don't think about what it costs and what's it going to do to the environment. That's not important because the answer's already been told to you. It's all good. I'm sorry, folks. We got to think about these things. And I agree with you, Mike Bowie. The call with Dow is very interesting because we're hearing about the rest of the world. We're hearing about what's happening everywhere. And it has a direct impact on your life. I know most people don't pay attention to overseas. This is important, folks, because this is where the wars are going to happen. The wars are getting escalated. They are coming. We are involved. We are, whether it's in Japan, South Korea, Taiwan, the Middle East, where we still have troops fighting at this moment in Europe, we're getting closer and closer to having U.S. troops all around the world. At the same time that we have fewer and fewer people in our military and fewer people who are joining up. I know. There's all the wonderful people who are progressive in their ideology. They're warm and fuzzy and they want to go in because they were in a sorority with their two moms. So they want to join the army because of course they do. Yeah, no, they really don't. And that's not the person who's going to protect you from a tank rolling down the street. You may not like that answer. It's the truth. And our economy is screwed. I'd like to show you how our economy is screwed. I'd like to show you that Joe Biden has been lying to you, except the Bureau of Labor Statistics won't let me show you the page. I love our government. Ooh, we just came out with Joe Biden lied to us a little over a week ago, said that the economy is fantastic, everything's doing great. You're just too stupid to know that the economy is doing fine. There is no recession. Everybody's doing fantastic. Unemployment is super low. Don't worry about the 70,000 people that have been laid off in the last month alone. Don't think about that. That's not important. Oh, the economy's doing fantastic. Inflation is not a problem. And then the Bureau of Labor Statistics came out and said, actually, inflation is up. It's still rising. You're still paying more. I know you knew that when you went to the store this morning and you bought food and you realized that all the food you paid for is 25, 35, 45% more, if you can find it. Eggs are going for, depending on where you are in this country, somewhere between $5 and $8 a dozen for eggs, if you can get them. Butter is scarce. Lettuce is scarce. Oh, yeah. But the economy's fantastic. There is no inflation. There is no such thing as inflation. There's just no food. And I show you the government, the United States government, prove it, except they shut down that page. I don't know why. Why won't the United States government let me look at the data? Because maybe you'd actually learn something about what's going on in our country. That's kind of scary. It's kind of like what we see happening in Ohio. And yes, I want to talk about Ohio in just a little bit. Mike Bowie says he did go grocery shopping. Let me ask you, when you went shopping, did you spend, versus just a year ago, forget about 2019, forget about before. When you went shopping, let me ask you, did you spend 45% more than you did a year ago today? Because I can tell you I have. And if I'm wrong, call me out. Anyone on the left, any progressive, any politician that's watching the show, call me out and say, Mike, you're wrong. Those numbers are not correct. Please, please prove me wrong. I dare you. Any politician, anyone who's in elected office, if you want to tell me that the economy is good, let's go and you show me a receipt from your grocery shopping 1 year ago to the date versus today, and I will guarantee you that you're going to pay probably 35 to 45% more on those same exact items if you can find them. I say that to any and every politician in America. You want to prove me wrong? You want to say, oh, Mike, you don't know what you're talking about? Show me your food bill 1 year ago versus today. Let's go to the store together. We will look at those, see if we can find those food items, and then we'll look at the prices. And I guarantee you it is higher. And I would prove it with the Bureau of Labor Statistics, except their site is down. Just like the CDC just changed all the information about Ohio and some of the chemicals that are out there and how those chemicals are affecting kids and families. They changed the data. It's like they redefined it again. They changed the definition. Ooh, are we in a recession? Not after they changed the definition. Are you a man or a woman? Not after they changed the definition. Which is very upsetting to me. Should be very upsetting to you. Oh, they changed the definition. How about illegal aliens? They changed the... Did you know that illegal immigration, which is supposed to be fine, there is no problem. There is no crisis, according to Joe Biden, according to Kamala Harris. We've got this all under control. It's not a big deal. That's why there are 85 hotels, 85 in New York City alone, filled to the brim with illegal aliens. I love how they like to say, well, they're migrants. No, they're not. They're illegal aliens. 85 hotels filled with illegal aliens. These are 4-star, 3- and 4-star hotels. We are spending hundreds of dollars per day. In some cases, up to $400 per day for an illegal alien to live in a hotel. That's like $2.8 million per day just for one hotel alone. There are 45,600 illegal aliens at least. That is the increase of illegal aliens in New York City. And they are sitting in 85 hotels. Let me ask you, can you sit in a hotel for the next 6 months? Is anyone paying for you to have room service for the last year? No. You're paying 45% more in your food bill. You're not getting 10 months of sitting in a hotel, having someone clean the room for you to be able to bring you food service. That's not happening. But in New York City, that's exactly it. We can see $93,500 a day. This is just one hotel. $93,500 a day. It is $2.8 million a month for one hotel. This is a 3-star hotel in New York City. There's 85 of them. 85. And by the way, some of those rooms could cost as much as $750 a day. That is literally my mortgage. That is more than my mortgage for my house. And is equal to the rent many people in America are paying. Actually, just a little bit below the rent most people are paying in America. This is per day. I want to say that again. Do you understand? $750 per day. That is my mortgage a month per day. More than my mortgage. Think about that. This is what we are spending on illegal aliens. Do you wonder why our economy is in trouble? Do you wonder why we're almost at $32 trillion in debt? You're wondering why food is so expensive. Because we're spending money we don't have on criminals who entered our nation illegally, and we're letting them live in hotels. Hotels. You don't get to live in a hotel. If you commit a crime, you're going to jail. They're not putting you in a hotel. Why are we taking people from other parts of the world and putting them in a hotel for committing a crime against our nation? Please explain this to me. The progressives out there that say, oh, but no one's a criminal. There is no human that is a criminal. Yes, there are criminals. There's absolutely criminals. And illegally crossing a border is a crime. It is a crime. It is an absolute crime. Please don't say that, because if you're saying that to me, then why did we put up a wall around Washington, D.C. in 2020? Why does Nancy Pelosi live behind a wall? Why does Chuck Schumer live behind a wall? Why does AOC live behind a wall? Because walls work. That's why. And it is a crime to cross over those walls illegally. It is a crime. Unless Nancy Pelosi is opening up her mansion, unless AOC is inviting everyone in the public to live in her hotel, that ain't happening. It's a crime. And we're spending money we do not have. I guarantee you the prices that New York City is spending are equal to, if not slightly lower than, what San Francisco and LA are spending on illegal aliens. And it's coming out of your pocket. It is costing you more money. It is harming your life with your family. You are paying for this. The news media doesn't want you to think about the consequences. What is the consequence of New York City spending $2.8 million a month, 85 times? What is the math on that? Somebody do the math on that for me. 85 times 2.8 million. That's assuming that they're all 3-star hotels. By the way, do you always go to a 3-star hotel when you can? Do you go to a 4-star hotel? Because that's where these illegal aliens are going. I know I very often can't afford to do anything better than a Motel 6. But these criminals are getting to live in luxury. They're not going to the Knights Motel. They're not going to Motel 6. They're not going to Travel Lodge. They're living it up. They're in nice 4-star hotels, costing us $750 a night. You don't get to have that pleasure. You don't get to live that well. They are. You're not a criminal. They are. You're a citizen. They're not. And you're paying for them to live a better life than you have. That's really insane. And by the way, it's not just that we're wasting money on these illegal aliens and giving them hotels to stay in and have a great time. We're also destroying our economy. According to the New York Post, February 18th, the hotels are destroying businesses. They are causing American citizens to be laid off. You're losing your job because somebody wants to make sure that an illegal alien gets to live in a hotel on your taxes, on your back. You do the work. They get to live in a hotel. They get to kill your job. And it is happening. It is happening now. We have businesses. I'm quoting from the New York Post. We 100% will have to cut shifts, and some people will lose their jobs over the next 4 weeks, the owner of the Cafe Waddle has said. And he's right next door to a 492-room Holiday Inn that is housing illegal aliens. This is your economy, folks. This is your life. This is what's happening to you. The news media doesn't want to promote this. They don't want you to understand the consequences. What happens when you have open borders? What happens when you just invite illegal aliens into your country? Well, in America, that means they get to stay in a hotel. They get to have room service. You get to lose your job. You get to have higher taxes. You have to pay a higher food bill. And guess what? Do you think any illegal alien isn't? This is inviting them in. If I'm an illegal alien, if you're an illegal alien from any country in the world, doesn't matter which country it is, and you're talking to your family overseas, and you say, hey, did you make it to America? Yes, I'm in America and I'm living in a hotel. They're paying for the hotel. They're paying for my room service. You should come too. That's the conversation that's happening in America right now. That's what is happening with our illegal immigration. That's why we have 5 million illegal immigrants coming to America since Joe Biden has taken over. This is the failure of the Kamala Harris in protecting our southern border and all of our borders. We have Who wouldn't come? Wouldn't you want to go to, if the United Kingdom said, hey, if you go over to England right now, we will let you stay for the next 10 months in a 3 or 4-star hotel, paying for your room service, paying for your bills, giving you money so you can stay illegally in the United Kingdom. Would I go? Why not? Why wouldn't I take advantage of that? If Germany or France offered me that kind of deal, why wouldn't I go there? Oh, but you don't speak the language. I'll figure it out. They're paying for me to do nothing but sit in a hotel room, eat bonbons, and figure it out. Why wouldn't you go? And then bring your friends too. Doesn't that make sense? I think it makes sense about how crazy this is. But this is our government, mind you. This is our government wasting our money, and at the same time, that very same government doesn't want to show you the proof from the government saying that they are doing this to you. It is still, I'm checking it live in front of everyone here. It will not refresh. The site is down. Why is it down? Why is it down? Because I don't think it's like Ohio. They don't want us to know the truth. Let's talk about the Ohio train derailment, okay? Hang on. So let's talk about the Ohio train derailment. By the way, Mike Bowie says, this feels like a Democrat-orchestrated invasion funded by our tax dollars. And Mike, it is an invasion. And it is funded by our tax dollars. And it is being promoted by progressives. That is a fact. Those are all facts. It is absolutely true. If there is any progressive, again, any Democrat who disagrees can call in. Hello, and thank you for calling into the program.
Hi, Mike. How are you? John Cordisco.
Hey, John. It's good to be with you. What's up?
Well, I just wanted to say many of your viewers, we both have same viewers. A lot of the people that watch you watch myself. And I reached the 4,000 subscriber total today. And I want to thank everybody that supported you and supported me and continues on fighting this culture war that we have to win.
Well, I'm not at 4,000 subscribers. I'd like to be.
But well, no, you're not, but you're getting up there. You're getting there.
1,030. Long way to go.
But you're putting out the word like I am, and I just want to thank the people that support you and thank the people that support me, and we're not going to give up, and we're going to keep pushing, and I think we're winning.
Well, don't forget to tell some of your people to come over and subscribe to me, too.
Oh, yeah, I will. Yep, not a problem. I mention you all the time.
Okay.
In some of my shorts, and I leave it in the message column and some of my memes as well.
Right.
But, yeah, it's we're all in the same fight, and I think we're winning. Is that why things like that, like the labor statistics not showing up? Because they know we're winning, and they're afraid to tell the truth.
I think they're terrified. I think they're terrified that everyone can see the lie. They said in the State of the Union, all 2022, the press secretary, they're all telling us the economy is great. And then the numbers come out and goes, no, it's not. No, it's absolutely factually not great. You're losing money.
Yep.
It's like you can't, and they can't say, oh, you're just right wing. It's the government's numbers. It's not my numbers. It's the government's numbers.
Yeah, and the funny part is those are the numbers they can't finagle.
Yeah.
Because they're coming from so many different sources, they can be caught easily. And, it's pouring rain outside, and they're telling you to, put on your sunglasses and your suntan lotion, and nobody's buying it anymore.
Yeah. Well, let me ask you this, since I was about to talk about the Ohio train derailment.
Oh, don't get me going on that Ohio thing, because I am so PO'd over that. I'll tell you.
I think everyone in America is pissed off, and we know that there's a lot of political fallout, and I think that the only reason why we're seeing things happen now, kind of, is because they got caught. They got caught.
How could they not get caught? That's the thing.
Well, looking at the cloud in the sky, how dark it is, it's raining acid rain. How could they not get caught?
I mean, just in that town alone of 5,000 odd people, there's got to be 2,000-3,000 cell phones with videos all over. How could they possibly think they could get away with it?
But they did. Pete Buttigieg ignored it. The Biden administration ignored it. The major news media ignored it.
Well, it's funny. I saw a short today from Rosie O'Donnell, of all people, that chastised the EPA for they didn't know how. And I'm thinking to myself, they lose Rosie O'Donnell, they're really in trouble.
Yeah, even the far left has to admit this. And by the way, I have to clarify, because I know the fact checkers will say, Mike, it's not raining acid rain. Acid rain doesn't mean hydrochloric acid. Chemicals in that. We know that there's a plume of smoke. It's mixing with the clouds. It rains, and that is more acidic than normal rain. Don't try and fact check me and say it's hydrochloric acid.
I saw a video today of it was in Canada, and snow was melting, and the guy was seeing the odd colors that were coming from the melted snow.
Yeah,
and that was some of the fallout. I use the word fallout on purpose because I figure it's like an atomic bomb. There is fallout.
Yeah.
And they had J.D. Vance, the senator from Ohio, just rub a stick along. There's videos all over YouTube. Yeah. Rub a stick along the bottom, and all of a sudden, and there's a million of those videos out, and I'm like, you know how much harder it's going to be getting that out of the creek beds, in the river bottoms, in the water supply,
in the soil.
Tucker Carlson says that this drains into the Ohio River.
Yeah, it does.
He said, and I can't doubt his word, that 10% of the drinking water in the United States comes from the Ohio River. If you're going to screw up, I guess do it big time, because this is a lot more big. This is bigger than people even begin to understand.
Well, for people to understand, let me do a little bit of a backtrack. So the train derails. It's carrying vinyl chloride on it, which is a very dangerous chemical. And when it derailed, they had a choice of different ways to try and fix it. The Department of Transportation under Pete Buttigieg decided that the best way to clean this up was to set it on fire. They evacuated people.
Well, they're saying the railroad company made that decision, which I find hard to believe because they don't have the authority.
Well, they would be talking with the Department of Transportation throughout the process. It's not just them making the decision. The moment it derailed, and this is toxic chemicals in the area, the EPA and the Department of Transportation are involved. So they can say Northern Suffolk made the decision. They didn't make it alone. It was a conversation with the government that said that they're going to burn it off. FEMA evacuated 1 mile. Mind you, this is a cloud. This is a fallout that will go. If I have a fire in my backyard, it goes further than my backyard. We all know this.
I don't think they screwed up, Mike.
Well,
I really don't. I don't think the EPA screwed up. I don't think Biden screwed up because of one simple reason.
Why?
Tucker Carlson nailed it on the head. That county and the county surrounding it voted 71% for Trump. They just don't give a damn. Those are people whose votes they would never get and they would never lose. They voted for them, so they just simply don't care. I think it's even worse than incompetency. I think it's evil.
Well, if they did it because of politics, because these were Trump voters versus Biden voters, that would be absolutely evil. That's politics gone insane.
Because we better hope it's about politics. Because the fact of the matter is, the people that are in charge of the EPA and things like this, in the transportation department, if they're that inept,
yes,
that they would allow this to happen, and it's not evil because of politics. We're actually worse off because they don't know what the hell's going on and what they're doing.
Well, let me explain why I think this is inept, but the cover-up is political. See, they made this decision, and they know it's affecting far more people than they wanted. The reason why they did 1 mile, they evacuated everyone 1 mile away, is to make it sound small, to make it sound like it's not a big deal, that it's not affecting a lot of people.
That's part of it, yeah.
But here's the reason why I know it's political at this point, because, and I'm showing this on the screen for people. On the left side of the screen, this is the CDC answers about vinyl chloride, that it affects children, that it creates cancer in children, and that this is a big deal. And then on February 6th, 3 days after they had the train accident in Ohio, 3 days after they started burning vinyl chloride in eastern Palestine, Ohio, they changed the page. On the right-hand side is what they changed it to. They took out everything about the impact on children. They changed the description about cancer. They changed the way of changing your family. That's politics, and that's insulting.
Well, I saw a story that was a little strange, that about 2-3 weeks before the train wreck, there was some experiment going on with digitalizing phones in that region, cell phones, for emergency warnings, and they were tracking each person's movements, the people that volunteered, to get notifications in case there was ever a chemical spill. This is 2 or 3 weeks before that. It's been confirmed. I find that creepy as hell.
But that might be coincidental because we do have various states and various governments have regular trainings. I find it odd, the coincidence. I find it maybe even troubling of the coincidence. But it's like saying, well, there's people who are trying to explain this as, well, this is just one of 1,000 train derailments that happen in America every year.
Yeah, there's quite a few every year. Yeah,
and he's
20
right.
A week, I think. Yeah,
right. It's true. There are that many. It is about 20 a week.
Well, it's just the way it goes with that type of thing. You're going to get that. The number of trains that are around, you do the percentages, you're going to get derailments.
Yeah, but here's the thing. We're not talking about derailments, which could be as simple as a train slipped off of a track and stopped and no one died and nothing fell over. It's just derailed. There's a lot of degrees of severity. And he's trying to make this sound like, well, it's not severe. Again, that's why we only had to evacuate 1 mile of people, even though the cloud is covering 20 miles.
But you're making one assumption, Mike. You're making the assumption they give a good damn about those people, and they don't.
I have to believe.
No,
because because otherwise they're evil.
How much more evidence do you have to have before you realize that people can never vote for them? They could care less about.
I don't think it's because of who those people voted for. I think it's because they are inept, because they don't care. They're worried about the next reelection and not the public.
No, but the best case scenario is they're inept.
They're
not evil. And they're not evil is the best case scenario. The worst case scenario is what the reality is.
Well, think of the consequences.
They're not inept at all. Now, they didn't cause the derailment, of course, but they did cause the cluster blank after the fact, because they just don't care about the people in that region and everywhere in the country. To fly over states, they laugh at them, they make fun of their religion, their guns and their culture and hardworking, and they could care less about those people. They will never get their vote, so they don't exist.
I understand that point of view.
It's not ineptness at all. They just didn't care. If that happened near a major city, it would have been handled much, much differently.
I do not believe that they would handle this any differently anywhere in America. I think they are that inept and that corrupt. I think Pete Buttigieg is that useless. He's shown this over and over again.
His attitude is proving my point. Oh, it's people that can never vote for us.
I don't think he's doing it.
Mega Republicans. They believe in the Bible and family and community and work, and they're not interested in any of those people ever.
Well, I want to hear what obviously I'm also looking to see what the viewers are saying. Do you think it's because MAGA? Are they letting people? This is going to cause cancer. I think we can all agree on that, right? Do you agree with me on that, John?
Pardon me?
Do you
agree?
You're
kind of muffled a little bit.
Do you agree with me that this outbreak is going to cause cancer down the road because of the vinyl chloride in the air? It's likely.
I heard about the chloride. You mean the long-term effects of it?
Yeah, it's going to cause cancer.
Oh, of course it's going to be. And the thing is, though, good luck proving it.
I can prove it. It's easy to prove it. The CDC.
Proving it in court when you go to sue is way different than knowing what it is. You have to have evidence. It's going to be really hard 15, 20 years after the fact. Now, I'm a smoker.
It's
and say
on.
I was a resident of Palestine, they're going to say, well, John, because you smoked, you got cancer. I mean, it's going to be really tough.
It's on the CDC. I'm showing people. It's the CD
Yeah, no, I see
pages.
it, yeah.
Okay, so I think they can prove it. But whether they accept what the cause is or not, it's going to cause cancer. It's going to affect people's health.
And then who are they going to sue? The EPA?
I don't
the
know.
railroad companies?
I don't know if they're going to sue
probably
anyone.
lawyers as we speak traveling from thousands of miles just to get to this area to
Of
get
course they
people to be clients.
Of course they are. And it's like mesothelioma. There's going to be ads all over the TV saying sue class action.
I mean,
and that's fine.
Look, how many years did the lead in Detroit, I think it was Detroit, go on in the water? That never really got solved. And who sued? Nobody cares.
I'm not worried about the lawsuits. What I'm trying to address, though, is that but the lawsuits are punishment. And if you screw up and not punished, then you'll do it again. I'm saying that even if you do punish them, you can sue the government, which means we're paying for this out of our pockets. Fine. I'm not upset about that because people will need the help.
They got deep pockets, yeah.
They got our pockets. And
yeah,
fine, but if we're spending the money, I'd rather spend it on the people in East Palestine than the illegal aliens living in a 4-star hotel in New York City.
That's exactly what I said. It's funny how they rallied to support, got thousands of National Guard troops, put up a lot of good tents, nice beds. They had video games for the kids. They had cable. They had cell phones. They had hot food in the cafeteria. You know, I'm Italian, so these people got stagats. They got screwed.
Yeah. You don't spend money on...
But we have to go back to the original point. It's not ineptness of the EPA. They knew exactly what to do if this was anywhere else where it was heavy Democrat or a heavy blue area.
I don't believe that.
They just didn't care. I do because if the alternative is worse.
No, I don't think the alternative worse. I think the alternative is
the
a reality.
Alternative is they're absolutely clueless with the safety and security of the people of the United States.
Yes, and that's the problem. And they are incompetent.
Not everybody can be incompetent. Not every single person in an agency, aside from the EPA and other agencies, can be that effing stupid.
They're not all that stupid. They're
impossible.
just, first of all, most of the people in the EPA aren't on the East Coast. Most of the people don't have to deal with this. And the people who do have to deal with this, our government has grown so large, and the problem is that we keep growing the government, that 2/3 of the people are there simply to push paper from one person to another person. They have no involvement in anything that the government's doing. 2/3 of the people are middle managers. The majority of people in the United States government employed.
I understand the premise. Yeah.
Well, I'm making sure everyone who's listening also knows. Most people are middle managers pushing paper. So it's not that they're evil. It's that they are incompetent by design. And that's why we get these things.
I wish it was that simple because that's easier to fix.
No, it's not. I don't think it is.
It's way harder to change evil people than it is incompetent people. Believe me.
I think it's the opposite. And I understand you disagree on that. But I think I can teach someone who's incompetent. I can eliminate their job.
I could almost see some of the EPA people and some of the other environmental people in the government. We had a train derailment, and they list all the chemicals, and they go, "Oh crap, those are really dangerous." Where was it? East Palestine, Ohio. Tick tick tick. You go on the internet, do some Google searches. Whatever.
No, see, that's
exactly what happened.
I do not believe that. I do not. And call me. Wait. Call me. You have more faith than I do. Hear me. Maybe it's because I have a belief in America, individuals that are in our government, that brings me and says, you know what? They're not that evil. They're just incompetent, filled in an administrative system that is incompetent. It is bloat of the government. Maybe I'm being naive, and I will admit, maybe I am. But I'd rather be naive and believe that it's as simple as fire a bunch of people, shrink the size of the government, and make people responsive than to say it's about politics.
Like anybody that's known you for longer than 10 minutes, there's a lot in this area that have known you for decades. The one thing they have never, ever called you, whether it be good, bad, or indifferent, is naive.
That's true. That is true.
I don't think you're naive. I think you're looking at this from a logical, rational viewpoint.
Yes.
But you can't do that because these people have nothing to do with logic and rationality.
Then how
they
let me
are
ask you.
just evil ideologists, and they just don't care.
Well, then let me ask you this, because I just refreshed the page. I'm refreshing it right now in front of everyone. So it's the Ohio derailment.
What does it say now? Brush your teeth with it?
Well, now we see that, and we have to go to overseas. The Guardian, the United Kingdom, is saying we need answers. This is the headline of the article from overseas. The people in Ohio, people in East Palestine are saying they want answers because they don't trust the government. The answers from inside the United States, the headlines are, after the Ohio derailment disaster, the rail industry can do better. This is from the New York Times. From the Rolling Stone, I'm angry. Sherrod Brown, who is an activist, a progressive activist, blames corporate greed for Ohio derailment. Let me go on. Vox, which is a far-left progressive organ. Notice this is what Google's giving me. I'm not a progressive.
Well, know what you should do? You should use several search engines and put the exact same search in it and see what comes up. Would be an interesting exercise.
Sure, I can do that. I'll do that right now.
So I use DuckDuckGo most of the time, even though that's not perfect, but it's better than Google. I mean, almost anything is by default.
Well, I use a bunch of them. It depends on the
corporate greed. I mean, in all fairness, they're thinking to themselves, you're thinking of the corporate railroad corporations, I would imagine, right? So this train derails. Chemicals are everywhere, and they're very, very nasty chemicals. So you say to yourself, how do we save ourselves the most money? That's the greed part, right? How do we save ourselves the most money? And we save ourselves the most money by burning the damn thing? I don't buy it.
Yes, because they're not thinking about, again, we have a government right now that doesn't think past 3 days in the news cycle. They don't think about the consequences, whether it's over in Syria.
Yes, they do think about the consequences. They think about the voting consequences, and those consequences don't affect them because it's the same to them. It's in their DNA. There's no separation of government and politics.
I think there is, but hang on. You asked me to put them side by side, so this is the best I can do while we're live. So this is DuckDuckGo. Now, as I was just showing everyone, this is from Google, and Google is pushing far-left activists' sites and comments, such as Vox.
Trump's fault too, right?
And the headlines I'm seeing right now, no. But what they are blaming is it's corporate greed. Come on, corporate greed. I'm just trying to look through these. Overseas is saying, where's the answers? Everyone else is saying it's about the corporation. This is according to Google. Now we go straight over to DuckDuckGo.
Now you're saying that outside the United States, you're just telling the story. Inside the United States is corporate greed.
Yes, that's
because that's their mantra.
I understand. But hang on.
That congressman that you and I went to the other day, I got into with that one
Mark
guy.
Molinaro.
Corporate greed.
I know.
Tax the rich. That's their mantra.
I understand, but let's see what DuckDuckGo on the same subject. Let's see what they're saying.
Right.
So, Business Insider: 2 weeks after toxic chemicals burned in Ohio, residents fear. Yahoo is the same story. No, it's a different story. Ohio train derailment updates. Pete Buttigieg attacked by GOP. That's political. According to The Guardian, Ohio senator blasts train operator and lobbyists over politics. Next story, Ohio train derailment, EPA administrator visits.
You get Guardian, you get Business Insider might be the only one, and they're lefty anyway.
And let's see. So CNN is talking about feds are sending medical experts. USA Today, what's true and what's false about the story. NPR, 7 key points. Do you notice there's a big difference already? They're talking, besides the headline, top stories are about politics. The rest of the stories after the headlines are all about what's happening in Ohio. Google is about politics. It's about greed. It's corporate greed. That's the problem. Blame the corporations. It's the problem. They're not talking about what's happening to the people They're not talking about how to help anyone. They're trying to push the fact that it's corporate greed.
The more you show, the more you prove my point. That it's not ineptness. It's just plain evil.
I think the
more you show, the more you prove my point.
I think the evil is attracted to this. The evil is using this to advance their goals. I think the progressive movement is using this, like Sherrod Brown, like so many others, that they're trying to use this as a way to gain power. It's an opportunity for them. They don't care. It's like gun control. They don't care that someone died. They don't care about mass shootings. They care about the power they can get from that. They're going to use people's emotion, and they're going to use that to get more power for themselves to advance their agendas. And that,
but Mike,
that is evil, but it's not the same thing.
But you missed the point, though, the fact that conservative people like you and myself and millions of others, we separate government from politics. We do it all the time. We use logic, we use reason, we use rationality. They're not playing by the same rules. They're not playing by the same game. It's like, I'm a chess player. So right in the middle of the game, my opponent says, by the way, I can move 3 times in a row. They're changing the rules of the game. We're still playing the old game.
I understand your point of view on that.
They are evil. They just don't care. It's an annoyance to them that these people might get sick more down the road. It's just an annoyance.
And you know what? That may be true of Pete Buttigieg, who I think that would be true of. I think that's true of Kamala Harris.
Than ineptness, because ineptness is hard to gauge at an individual basis. Evil is.
No, I could say I would accept that if you're telling me about the leadership, which would be Pete Buttigieg, Kamala Harris, Joe Biden, that they are evil in their actions here because they're using this for an advantage. If you're telling me that Sherrod Brown is using this as an advantage to push their agenda about politics and progressivism, I'd say, yes, that's true. But I don't think the rank and file people in the Department of Transportation, people who are going over there to try and help people in FEMA, I don't think that their leadership, yes, them, no.
That's the problem. The more help that goes to that community, the more it's in the news.
Good. It should be.
Well, no, that's not what they want. This is an annoyance to them. I'm not saying they want these people to die. That's not what I'm saying.
But that is the result of it.
This is an annoyance. And if some people die, oh, well.
You know what?
They're that bad. They are that bad.
The only reason why there is talk about expanding the FEMA evacuation zone is because there's attention on it.
Think about the riots in 2020 with BLM and Antifa and all that stuff.
Yeah.
We have a vice presidential candidate saying continue rioting, continue to burn government buildings, continue to kill people. She was never called on it, and the whole Democratic Party did. That's evil.
Well, let me clarify this for the people who don't follow this. You're talking about in 2020, Kamala Harris, as a candidate for vice president, was funding and helping to bail out members of Antifa and BLM who were convicted of rioting and arson.
Well, not just that. She actually encouraged them to continue. She says it won't stop to the election or after the election, and it shouldn't stop. It was a lot more than just money.
I understand, but I'm trying to give people a context here so they know what we're talking about.
Anybody that knows that the details of that, what she said and did, is not paying attention.
Most people aren't paying attention. Most people don't know she said that or did that. That is my experience.
No, that's in fact just plain old evil. You have Maxine Waters screaming at a crowd to go after congressmen and cabinet members. How much more evidence do you have that this ideology that's gripped the Democratic Party has turned them to the dark side, as they say? How much more evidence do you have? And this is just another instance out of 1,000 incidents.
I believe that progressives are absolutely dumb.
It's not ineptness at all.
No.
It's an ideology that has taken over the government at every level.
And I believe that the leadership of many parts of the government, in particular progressivism, socialism, it controls the Democratic Party. Whether or not the rank and file are involved, it is in a control position. It is in our government right now.
They're a minority.
Oh, no, they are. Absolutely. The socialists and progressives are about.
Since when?
Wait.
Since when in history has the majority of the people had an effect?
Let me
You think
answer.
When Iran went so far right, it was a minority of the people that took over that government. It was a minority of the people that took over the government of Venezuela. It was a minority in the Soviet Union. We can go through the whole list.
John, you know I know these places as well as you do. You know I know these stories as well as you do.
What the majority thinks is absolutely inconsequential to these people.
It is not inconsequential if the majority speak up or take action. When people sit back, what is the saying? The greatest evil one can do is not to take an evil act, but to allow evil to act. That's a very old quote. It's true.
This whole fiasco in Palestine is just a symptom of the disease and the sickness. That's all. It's a symptom, like you have a cancer symptom, or it is a cancer. Now that I think about it, it is a cancer. And this is one of the symptoms. There'll be 100 more, and there were 1,000 more prior to this. How many symptoms do you have to have before the doctor diagnoses as terminal, as evil? I mean, how many more do you have to have, Mike, before you convince yourself?
I'm not doubting that there are many evil people in our government. I do not believe.
Well, that's just the people that control the institutions, not the majority.
Yes, I would agree.
Well, it's the same. It comes out the same. The results are just as if they control it. All of them were like that because nobody's whistleblowing, nobody's coming out. So again, the minority that's evil wins in these departments, in these levels of government and bureaucratic nonsense.
But I do believe.
How much more evidence do you have to have?
But I do believe that there is a difference by saying they looked at East Palestine and said,
I told you this would get me going.
I know. I don't mind. And I know you're not angry at me. We're talking about the situation. So for the people who are listening to this.
I'm just trying to convince you to have more faith in these brainwashed cultists than what the reality is. Unfortunately, and then the rest of the Democrats, the baby boomers that have been supporting the Democratic Party, like you say, are clueless to even what Kamala Harris said.
That's true.
So we have two things going wrong for the country at the same time: is millions of clueless people that are uninformed, and we have the people that are a small percent of the government and bureaucrats that are totally ideologically cult members, and they just don't care. You put those two things together, here we are.
You're right. That is a problem. But you know what? Let's see what other people think. I want to hear what someone else goes in with.
I started off so calm.
That's okay. I'm not offended, nor am I scared, and I don't think the audience is.
Well, I've known you a long time. You know I'm not mad at you. I'm just frustrated at the fact that how they're getting away with it and been getting away with it for a long time. That's why they're so scared of Donald Trump. Yeah, Donald Trump's got a lot of faults. He's got a lot of good things, too. He wins again. These people are screwed.
Oh, yeah. Absolutely.
Don't you think for a minute, just because they're evil and they do sinister things doesn't mean they're stupid.
Oh, no, they're absolutely not stupid.
In fact, if anything, they're probably a higher intelligence than the average person. The fact of the matter is, though, they see a danger, and that danger is Donald Trump. Now, those of you out there that are iffy on Trump or DeSantis or whatever, I want you to think about one thing for a moment. If you are a Republican and you vote in a primary and you vote for DeSantis, I'm not chastising you, but you're going to do one thing that you're doing that I don't think you realize you're doing. All the lies, all the mainstream media, cable news, Twitter, all the social media that went after Trump for 6, 7, 8 years. If you vote for DeSantis as a nominee, you'll be rewarding those people. And they'll turn around and do it again because they'll say, look, it worked. Trump lost the nomination. Let's screw somebody else and screw up the country. By voting for DeSantis, you're okaying what they did and encouraging it to happen again.
That's an interesting point of view.
Because it is. If you think about it, why would they do all these things, tell all those lies, the 2 impeachments, all the BS? They got a result. Trump is gone. They got what they wanted to. It worked. Okay. It worked. Now we know what to do to get rid of the next person. So if you vote for DeSantis, you're saying that, look, it worked with Trump. Let's just do it to somebody else. But he could finally make them pay. Finally make them say, listen, you use these tactics in the future, it's going to cost you. And if Trump wins again, that's exactly what would happen. And I believe they'll come around in the end. It might take 10 years, 5 years, but they'll come around because they know this tactic doesn't work anymore, and they'll stop. At least to the extent that they want.
At least.
It's rewarding bad behavior. If anybody who's got kids knows that.
Yes, it's true.
Yeah, anybody, even adults. It's not just kids. Kids are just easier to mold. You reward bad behavior, they're going to turn around and be twice as bad. They're not going to. They're going to make it even worse. So
No,
don't
they keep
reward
pushing.
bad behavior by voting for DeSantis. And I like the guy a lot, but this is about the future of the country and weeding out the deep state in the swamp, just like he said. Now he effed up the first time. He should have done it, and he didn't. He held back, but this time he's not going to
Well,
because he's got nothing to lose because he can't run again. So he'll do the right thing, and he won't give a good damn what the polls say. He'll clean out that crap. Maybe not all of it, but he'll put the fear of God in all of them so they don't do it again.
Well, we will see about that. That's yet to be determined.
Well,
we've got the process to go
That's
through.
my take. That's my take on it.
No, which is fine, and I'm happy to hear the take. And I know we have much more coming on that as we go further in 2023 to hear more about all of their positions.
Yeah, I know.
We'll
Jason,
talk about
I'm not sure what Jason means on that. Republicans rally around Trump every time media attacks him, and they see we versus Biden. I'm not sure what he means, but
well, I'm going to let you go. And Jason wants to call in. He can call in. And we'll find out. Fair enough.
I only caught part of that because you're a little muffled.
I said we're going to give him a chance to call in. I'll let you go, and if Jason wants to call in, then we'll find out what he means.
Oh, okay. Well, yeah. Well, so that's my way. That's your way of saying, John, get off. It was subtly done. Nice job. Nice job. But anyway, though, I want to thank all the people that have subbed, and please sub with Mike as well. And this will go out, and it won't be live. He'll archive it on his channel, and we're fighting the same fight.
Oh, it's alive.
But anyway,
it's definitely alive. But yeah,
but
it'll be okay.
what I'm trying to say is that if those of you who don't think there's a culture war and a war going on in Washington and the rest of the country is fooling themselves. I mean, maybe I've gotten radicalized over time, but this spill really flipped a switch for me.
No, I
look
understand.
what they did in Arizona. They had the big spill, and on and on and on.
I know.
And they're all handled differently because they're in areas where Democrats could lose votes. I think it's that evil. I mean, they even screwed over DeWine, the governor of Ohio, who's Mr. Let's support Ukraine. I love Biden. They even screwed him.
Yeah, it says a lot. But
the guy's a joke. You see some of his press conferences, he was laughing.
I know he's got problems, but again,
These
John,
people
before you start up again.
Anyway, I'm going to go, but everybody acts like Lori Lightfoot. They just don't. How many more people do you have to go through before you realize these people are bad and they're evil?
No, I think the leadership is bad and evil. But again,
and on that note,
yeah, exactly.
But anyway, I'll get off. I've ranted enough, but in order to fight evil, you've got to recognize where it is. It's just that simple.
Absolutely, I do agree with that. And John,
everybody, take care. Have a good day and have a good week. And I'll call you next Sunday and harass you some more.
Always, I'm always happy to have it. Thank you, John.
Okay, dude. Okay, bye.
All right, bye-bye. All right, folks. So just like you've seen with Dal earlier, John now, whether it's on Facebook, reaching us through the messenger, or you're going to be calling us at 607-242-9247, I'm happy to hear what you have to say about all the various issues that are affecting us. I want to hear your voices. And again, you don't have to agree with me. That's not important. It's about your voice saying what you think. What's affecting us? Why is it affecting us? What can we do about it? I want to hear that because that's what's important, and that's what's not happening in the mainstream media. That's not what's happening even on social media. We know this for a fact. So that's why we need to do this. And Susan Wojcicki may be gone, but the policies of YouTube and looking at Twitter, looking at Facebook, looking at Google, they are actively trying to shape your mind. I just showed you. in the comparison looking at what Google's telling us about what's happening with the Ohio train derailment and what we're seeing from DuckDuckGo and what we're seeing overseas. They're worried about trying to tell us a story about what's happening to the people, and Google's busy trying to tell us about the politics and how to blame one political side than another. Now, maybe you agree with John Cordisco that this is evil based on whether the government, whether Pete Buttigieg, the Department of Transportation, the Biden-Harris administration, think that what's happening in Ohio is because of MAGA Republicans, or they don't care because they're MAGA Republicans. Maybe you agree with him. Maybe you disagree with him. I'm happy to hear what you have to say about that. You can call in and tell me, what do you think? Is it that they are being evil because they're Republicans, that they're allowing this to happen or get to worse because of that? Or is it because they're incompetent, they're inept, because they don't know what they're doing, they have no plan, they have no understanding of the consequences, and they don't care because they're more worried about power? It could be either one, could be both. And I'm happy to hear what you have to say about that. And I don't think this is about the 2024 election per se, although it obviously is impacting the 2024 election, whether it's because Biden is looking weaker, because Buttigieg looks less vice presidential, whether it's because people have less confidence. One of the worst things is we all have less confidence in our government because they're being less transparent. I love this. This is like with Biden and his classified documents, where we see CNBC and the mainstream media rally around and say, well, they're being transparent after they got caught. It was only once they got caught that they decided, oh, we'll be transparent and tell you about all these classified documents. And it's only one document, so it's not a big deal. Here we are 3 months later, and suddenly it's like, oh my God, wait a minute. There are untold numbers. They won't even tell us the number of classified documents that they have found with Joe Biden going back to 1977, I believe it was. He's always had illegal documents, illegal classified documents, but you're not supposed to think about that. You're not supposed to consider the fact that he's committed a crime for 40 years, 4 decades of this crime that's supposed to be so evil that President Trump would be impeached, but Hillary Clinton is okay. Joe Biden is okay. Joe Biden has been committing this crime for 4 decades, but he's okay. But President Trump is bad. Do you see the division? Do you see the way they're playing a game with you? It's the same way that they're playing a game here. They're telling you it's about corporate greed. It's about the corporate greed. FEMA isn't a corporation. FEMA is evacuating 1 mile of people to make it sound like this is a very small problem. There are people 20 miles away that are being affected by this. FEMA made a choice to go as small an area as possible because it makes it sound like they're under control. It's not a big deal. FEMA is not a company. They're not doing this because of corporate greed. Now, John has mentioned that he thinks it's because, well, they're doing it because of evil, because those are Republicans that are affected and they don't care. I can understand that conclusion, but I think it's because they're inept and they have a leadership that is so obsessed with politics that they're going to do whatever it takes to get to the next election and win, which means make this sound like it's a small deal. It's not a big deal. It's not going to affect anyone. Even as the CDC, as I showed you and I will show you again, about the CDC is going around, and the CDC, for its part, is hiding the truth from American people. They have changed the news after the fact. Matter of fact, I think it shows, yep, here it is. It was up until from 2000, according to, and you can see this is from the CDC. Their information on vinyl chloride and how it affects children, causes cancer in children, that this is a concern for families and individuals. They had that information up from August 8th of 2014 until February 3rd, February 6th of 2000, even better correction, February 9th of 2023. Hey, Jason, give me 1 second. So I want you to understand, they kept this up for almost a decade, and they only changed it after they got caught in this transportation problem. Now, with that said, we do have a call that just came in. Hello, Jason, and it's a call from a repeat caller. Jason, you're on with us live. What's going on?
Yeah, it's interesting, the situation there with the train. And, you look at what's happening now as far as, incompetence. I agree with you. I think that, the government agencies that regulate, anything in this country are completely broken. And you just have to go no farther than what we just dealt with, 2 weeks ago, with the 5 police officers, beating the crap out of the one guy there. I mean, that was, again, government incompetence. And this here is another situation of government incompetence. But, as far as what you're looking at, and the media and the government, whether they're trying to actually cover up what's happening here. And I think that they really do want to shut this up, because I think the environmental impact of this that just happened, when people actually start to quantitate it and to compare it to other environmental impacts, everything else will pale, in contrast to this, because you have a party that is the cheerleader of, protecting the environment. We climate change, the environment, we all, they care. And the thing is that this happening on their watch, and to have this damage done, when you maybe at some point they will actually look at the stats and see how, widespread and how much of a negative impact this will actually have on an environment. And then they start maybe to compare it against, all the usage of every single gas, vehicle in our country within the last 2 years. And all of a sudden they point and they go, well, look at, this one disaster actually, equated to all, that fuel being burned at this time, or all of this, and all of a sudden they're going to look and they're going to go, hey, what's going on here? And not to mention the fact, though, is just that you got to be figuring that at some point it looks like there's definitely a push, to try to, push this off on, corporate greed and,
Yes.
cutbacks and all this other stuff. And that's where the left is pushing that up. But the bottom line is that it was the government's, regulations that were put in effect that completely and totally failed at this point. And I think that will be shown, at some point to be, the federal government's, fault and problem. And that will actually lead to the Biden administration. And again, to have one of the biggest, environmental disasters in history fall under, supposed to be the most greenest president of the United States will totally and completely destroy them. And, and as far as, yeah, go ahead.
Well, I was going to say, let's make sure we understand. It's only environmental on the face, because the consequences of all these things, like I said, when you're looking at the windmills and the solar panels, they're toxic to the earth. They're worse than you could pour gasoline into the ground, and it would be safer than what they're doing with the rare earth metals in the windmills and in the solar panels. So on the face, it sounds like it's very environmental, but it's not. Now, in this disaster, they took the choice they made, which was burn it into the atmosphere. Again, I can't understand how they can say we're all green, super green, earth, we have to heal the earth, and you're pumping vinyl chloride into the atmosphere, which will travel across, and people don't realize this, because I had someone mentioning this to me before I got on the show. It's traveling from Ohio to the East Coast. The East Coast is going to be affected by the fallout. People think it's only in Ohio. No, there's winds, and the winds travel from Ohio all the way across New York State, across Pennsylvania. It's going to bring it to the East Coast. How many people are going to be affected? So I just wanted to throw that in, but go on with your thought. I'm sorry.
No, no, you're completely right because, I mean, yeah, when it comes to the environmental negative impacts of, a lot of these so-called, and I call them so-called green, energy sources because they're, very impactful to the environment in a negative way, which in a lot of cases aren't accounted for when comparing to any other energy form. Um, Yeah, I mean that's crazy, But my point was simply this: is that then their so-called, dirty fossil fuels being as bad as they are. Like I said, this incident here, in contrast, I mean, once the math is done and people actually calculate the overall environmental negative impact, you will see that this could show that this is a setback of years, of environmental damage compared to multiple cars driving or jets flying or coal plants burning or something like that. I mean, just the, there will be a contrast put, and this will definitely look bad for the administration. But
I don't think they think this is going to look bad for them. I think that they think this is going to be forgotten. That's why they didn't. That's why, to answer both your a point you're making and also to one that I see in the comments, the reason why they didn't even react to this in the first place, why they tried to push past it, is they didn't think it was important. They didn't think anyone would notice, that everyone would forget about it. It's kind of like it was what, Laguna Beach, the Laguna Beach shooting of a doctor by a black activist and stabbing. He ran him over on his bicycle and came over and stabbed him to death because the doctor was white. Remember that? That was Laguna Beach, California. And that news story died. Why? Darrell Brooks, who ran people over in the Christmas Day parade in Waukesha, that story died. Why? They are counting on this falling off because they have control of the media, and they're controlling the social media and saying, don't talk about this, let it go, so that they can go on to the next thing. They didn't think anyone would pay attention. And I think that's part of why, and that's one of the reasons why they don't care, because no one's going to notice, no one's going to remember. And so it's not their problem.
And you could be right. I mean, look at it in Facebook, YouTube, there definitely is going to be a lot of silence going on, One thing I do have to say about Twitter, though, I mean, I was just noticing, this last couple of weeks, it seems like even a lot of the comments that I start to make are getting far more outreach than they ever did, prior before. And I know that Elon was talking, to actually remove some of the algorithms that were actually, suppressing certain, people for certain views that were on the thing or on the platform. And so, certain conversations that are being had as far as this disaster as well too now will actually get their rounds far greater than I believe they ever have or they would have had in the past. Now granted, it's just such a fraction of the overall outreach, but just it's such a big platform having the opportunity now to speak about these things. I think that does shift things, at least in the more to the favor of people who are actually trying to put out their concerns about these sort of incidents. So,
well, I think this, I can't think of a good reason, whether as a member of the press or as an individual, why this story wouldn't get more attention. I can't imagine it. Why would they ever want to suppress it? What is there to suppress in this story? Nothing. This is essential news. It should be talked about. People should share their views. And when we see our government acting badly, whether it's because of evil or incompetence, how can we not talk about this in America, of all places? You know what I mean?
No, it's absolutely. I mean, the thing is that, yeah, no, you wonder about the cover-ups, Well, I mean, maybe this puts, maybe they were planning on, Buttigieg taking over, the reins, for president.
They were.
And
vice president.
And him being the transportation secretary, having this, disaster happening under his, light will basically just totally destroy him as a candidate at this point. So.
No. They're gonna keep going with this. He's still going to be a vice presidential candidate because they're going to count at everyone for getting this.
Yeah. Well, I'm not saying they're not, but then again, like I said, the cover up for something that's basically so closely linked to him Potentially, maybe that could be more of the reason. Because I mean,
But he's
look,
gay. Gay. And that's more important than a environmental disaster. He's gay. So he has to be vice president because that's a glass ceiling. So that's way more important. So forget about the environment. In 3 months, if you bring up this story, if you talk about what's happening to the people as an after effect, 3 months from now, we're talking about that'll be May. In May, if you bring up this train derailment in Ohio, in East Palestine, you talk about vinyl chloride, people will say, I don't know what you're talking about. What's that got to do with Pete Buttigieg? Look, he's getting ready to run for vice president. He should be vice president because he's gay. That's going to be the conversation, sadly. Do you think I'm wrong about that?
Look, when it comes to the president just put out a whole, procedure basically saying that everybody should be hired except for straight, white men. I mean, that's literally what he just put out the other day. I mean, I don't know whether he could have actually put, some sort of program out that was more racist, than that. But specifically he targeted that as
too many white men working. Oh, that's so bad. How can we possibly do anything in America with so many white men working? Really? That's your problem? That is his problem. Hey, user hasn't been banned. But that's just drives you crazy. It drives me crazy. Yeah. But I think this is important to talk about. And let me ask you, when I showed you on the screen, I believe you were watching, and I showed how the CDC, as a consequence of this accident, changed the information they were providing to children, something that the mainstream news media has not covered. As far as I can find, not one mainstream, not CNN, not MSNBC, New York Times, Washington Post, not ABC, CBS, nobody in the mainstream media has covered the fact that the CDC, as a reaction to this derailment, has given less information to families about their children and their safety. How does that make you feel, knowing that the big guys aren't covering it? I am, and I'm going to be suppressed because I'm talking about it.
Well, it is interesting because, like you were saying before about the social media and the way that they work hand in hand with the government, not Twitter anymore, but the other ones. When the government basically says, hey, we need certain ideas suppressed, and this is one of them, we don't want to start mass panic, especially within the big bubble, zone that's there. And mass hysteria and fear is being suppressed, by, social media. And you've got the legacy medias, also working hand in hand to make sure that this is, happening as well, too. I mean, I know that, John was on before and he says, well, they just don't care. They don't care. And you know what? I don't know if Biden himself is honestly confident enough to actually have a feeling about anything at this point, but I'm sure that people within the administration who basically job is to, pretty much, run Biden are scrambling around trying to figure out the best way to proceed with this operation.
Well, they're looking to spin this, but I don't,
yes.
But that's the thing.
Well,
that's
spin,
not compassion.
The spin basically is this: evil corporations, the government should take over, the complete, transportation and run, railroads and all of that 100% without any sort of privatization at all. And again, if you think that was a solution, I mean, they were already regulating and they couldn't do that job, and you want them to actually completely run it as well too. I'm like, okay, go ahead, have them do it. It's like, it just, again, that's their direction and their idea and the way they want to take this. So, yeah.
No, I get it. I get it. It's just, there's so many aspects to this to look at. And sadly, they keep coming back down to, it seems like to me, maybe I'm wrong, that when we look at this, this is an example, I believe, of what we're seeing globally, what we're seeing on all aspects of our government. We have the United States is floundering around. We don't have a plan. We don't have leadership. We don't effectively consider the consequences of what we are doing. Biden put in troops into Syria day one. Today, those American troops are in danger from ISIS, which is growing because he didn't finish the job there. We ran away from Afghanistan, which created Russia, gave an opportunity, and Russia took it to go and invade the Ukraine. That showed weakness because he abandoned Afghanistan and Russia ignored him. So now China is looking to take over Taiwan. The lack of leadership and understanding, he's busy lying to us about the economy being good while inflation is in our faces and in our pockets, increasing month after month after month. But he's telling us it's all great because he has no leadership, he has no plan. We are watching as our allies are saying they have to go it on their own because they're not getting any answer of support or acknowledgement from the Biden-Harris administration. And this is the same things we are seeing here. The government tried to ignore it, didn't understand it. They took actions to make it look like it's a small deal when it's a big deal. They're not adequately handling it, and they're covering up the fringes of it so no one notices how big a problem it is, because they're more concerned about an election coming up than they are about fixing the problem. This is endemic of what we have seen since the Biden administration has been in office. Or am I wrong?
No, I mean, it's just the philosophy and beliefs behind the Democratic Party and what's actually running it. I mean, you've got an extremely, socialist, communist, factor that is, taking over the Democrat Party. And, when it comes to inflation, I mean, the fact is that they will never see themselves as being the problem, to why inflation is what it is. They don't see it as being a monetary, problem. They only see it as being it's an external factor that they had nothing to do with, that only then it needs to be, fixed by them. And no better way to prove their sheer insanity is you've got, Kathy Hochul out there basically saying that, she wants to, make a state constitutional amendment that basically states that the minimum wage, has to, rise, with inflation. And yet it's like, we know that.
That's stupid. That's a stupid idea.
Yeah, that is inflationary.
And the CBO,
it's just like that's, I mean, you can't jiggle the market, and artificially increase, prices or wages or anything without increasing inflation. And, and the thing is though, is I don't see them getting blamed for the, well, for one is you've got a demographic of, elderly, who, granted, I mean, if they are collecting Social Security, their adjusted payments did go up with the inflation rate. But the thing is, any sort of savings that they have that's in an account that is sitting in a bank and they don't have it invested in something is really withering away at a massive pace. What is it? 7% was the last that they said that it was for the last year. I mean,
what, inflation? 8.2.
8.2. Yeah. I mean, and that's how much money, if they're, their money sitting in an account, that's how much money they actually just lost having to just sit not, working for them. And, I mean, they're not making new income. And that's harming them.
Because there's no consequence to, and this is what people need to speak up about this stuff. The government believes there is no consequence to what they are doing. That's why we saw Pete Buttigieg initially ignore this. And it's why the FEMA was sent in to only deal with 1 mile of evacuations on something that is affecting people initially 20 miles away, and eventually will be affecting people across the eastern coast. It's why we're seeing in the Ukraine, why we keep on dribs and drabs adding more and more troops, money, power to fight a war that has nothing to do with us. Whether you hate Putin or not, and you should, that war has nothing to do with us. It's why we have 5,000 Americans abandoned in Afghanistan and 10,000 Americans abandoned in the Ukraine, and nobody in the government will even mention their names, that they even exist. They stopped existing when it became politically inconvenient. It's that they don't think there's a consequence to this. They think that they can get away with it by just pushing it off, have the major news media say, oh, it's not their fault. It's evil corporations. It's MAGA, which is stupid, but it's MAGA or it's evil corporations. And don't believe it. Don't think about it. Forget about it. Go on. I think that's really terrifying. And by the way, people who keep saying MAGA is so evil, MAGA, remember what MAGA means? Make America great again. If you think making America is great, stop, look in a mirror, and reevaluate yourself. Think about that for a second. People who want to make America great, you're telling me are bad people. To make America great is a bad thing. That's what you hear when you hear someone say, those MAGA people. Think about that. Those people who want to make America great. Stop and think about the way they are playing a game. There's a reason why they won't say it out, the acronym in full. They're saying the acronym because they don't want you to think, because when you think, what's wrong with making America great? Nothing. But again, this is about consequences. It's about making people forget. It's about rushing past this as fast as possible because they have a political objective in mind. That's what I believe.
No, it's absolutely, frustrating. I know you wanted to talk about the satanic, cults in the schools, and I do have some comments on opinions on that as well too.
Absolutely.
Yeah. So one of the things with the satanic cults is, well, do you want to do a summary of that real quick, just so then I can jump in?
Sure.
So you can get everybody up to speed.
Well, just very simply, this is in Endwell, New York, upstate New York, and children were given a pamphlet for a club in their school, an after-school club, and is being given by the Satan Club, a satanic cult. Literally, this is not making this up. This is not joking about it. I'd show you the image of the actual flyer on Facebook as parents had spread it around, except Facebook took it down. Just before, this morning, before I could take a picture, I didn't think I needed a picture of it. They, for no reason given, removed the image from Facebook. Don't know what's going on with that. But it is a fact that this is a satanic cult who is looking to spread its influence, which is putting religion in our schools, which is supposed to be a separation of church and state, trying to make kids understand that believing in Satan is benevolent and it's a fun time. And obviously parents are freaking out about this and are very, very, very upset. And there's another element to this, which is this is only possible because we have the BLM, Progressive Leaders of Tomorrow movement. It's only possible in our area because people are being subjugated into obey the message, don't question, allow everything. Your kids can transform themselves at 8 years old because it's their choices. You don't get a choice, and if you question anything, you're evil. That is my thought on it. But go ahead, Jason. What do you think about it?
Yeah, so this is really crazy because this is one of those things where this kind of goes into the whole thing. And I always tell you, every time I'm with you and we talk about libertarians and, my philosophy behind the libertarian ideas is basically it's like you do you, I do me, and everybody ends up screwed. And that's really kind of the same philosophy here where this is being applied because they have absolutely no restrictions on anybody because they basically said that, well, we have to have an all or nothing policy. We either have to be completely inclusive or we have to be completely exclusive, which I just think is just a load of shit. I mean, that's plainly
you can
it. Because
never,
the thing is,
you can never be 100% inclusive. You can never. There are certain factors, and I said this to someone else before in talking about this. You cannot fundamentally have two diametrically opposing ideas happening at the same time. You just can't do that. You can't have Satanists, which believe in chaos and destruction. They are anarchists at the very least, not even looking at the religious aspect, but they believe in anarchy and destruction. And you're talking about a constitution. You can't have those two things happen in the same place, same time. They negate each other. Am I wrong?
No, you're right. And the thing is that it's part of the thing that bothers me too is even the philosophy behind separation of church and state. The way that that's even interpreted by schools, and the way that it's handled is ridiculous. Because the bottom line is that religion itself, again, is extremely subjective, in our ways. But I would consider that the religion of the Green Movement, or the religion of the wokes, or the religion of BLM. I mean, all these ideologies in themselves are religions that demand that you basically obey their philosophies, and if you do not, then they will shut you down. So there's massive religious entities that are in there, and this group that comes in here is just another group that's competing for ideas, and for parents, and our society as a whole, not to have the capability of shutting down certain morally unacceptable views, just basically puts us in a free for all of complete chaos. I mean, to some degree, you would have to say that the moral standards, like with the Ten Commandments, which pretty much the founders and their Constitution, and our Judeo-Christian government was based upon, they would say, well, we have to throw that out the window, to basically appease these other groups. And the bottom line is that, and that's like with my philosophy, is that these alternative ideas and these destructive ideologies have no place in a school, and parents should be able to decide what is acceptable within their school and what is not without having to basically say the words, well, you know what, if you don't get what you want, then I can't get what I want, and then nobody has anything. That sort of thing is just, no, I don't believe in that crap.
But what if, think about this, you would see BLM and the Democratic Socialists of America, the progressive movement, the socialist movement, the LGBTQAI plus I'm a toaster movement would all be screaming if this was a Bible study class after school, if this was a Talmud, the Jewish religion, class after school. They would be livid. They would be screaming at the top of their lungs that you can't possibly do this. This is a Satanist religious cult. There is no difference, and yet this is accepted, and we're supposed to accept this. This is supposed to be perfectly normal and fine. But you can't do this with Christianity. You can't do this with Judaism. You can't do this with any other organization unless it is already approved. And that is one of the bigger problems in this, that we are being told we must accept this, that this must be normal, that you have to allow your kids to be involved with a satanic cult regardless of your religion. And if you have a problem with it, if you don't agree with a satanic cult in your community going after your children, not adults, children, if you don't agree with allowing them to target your children, then you're the bad guy. That's what they're saying right now. Well, and I think that's insulting.
Well, the real reason is, or the reason that they give is that they are afraid of being sued. And I think that, the litigation, of not allowing this group, to, have that same space as somebody who does want to have, a Christian group or, Jewish group or whatever different, group, of any sort of, idea, on the premise, basically, then by discriminating against, Satanists or anything else, then they are, deemed, to be, bigots, and so they would be actually sued. And I guess they looked into it and found it be, wouldn't be acceptable. But the thing is that, I think I actually made a comment on Twitter, says, what's the difference of having a MAPS club, a club where basically you have sexual predators, right there doing that, I mean, is there anything to stop them from doing that? If you're not going to impose a moral standard to some degree, then where's the line? I mean, are you more concerned about getting sued, or do you want to protect children? And again, are they just going to throw in the towel and say, well, you know what, Jason's right, we got to protect the kids, we're just going to eliminate all alternative, we're just going to have just school and that's it,
Well,
no
wait a
clubs,
minute.
no nothing.
Well, that's not necessarily true, but yes, I do believe that when you say map, just so people are very clear, that is a mature, minor attracted people. In other words, a pedophile. Okay, when you hear someone say, "Well, I'm a MAP," or I support MAP rights, MAP, that is a minor attracted person. That is a pedophile, and I have no truck with pedophiles. I don't care if they want to call themselves minor attracted people or some other term. It means pedophile to me, and I do not support it. I don't care if YouTube and social media want to shut me down for that. I don't care. And you will never make me care about pedophiles. I don't agree with it, period. No, it's wrong. If you're attracted to children, you have a problem, period. You don't have to like it. You don't have to, if you don't agree with me, that's your issue. But, and I'm talking about anyone in general, then that's it. But on this channel, no, we do not support pedophiles or any program that allows pedophiles near kids. But that's the problem, Jason, this is not even a step away by saying, oh, well, we have to let the Satan Club in because we might get sued, so we have to support them. We have to be inclusive. Then the very next thing is, well, then you have to support the pedophiles. And I'm sorry, that's a crime. That's a problem. And I don't agree with that. And we are and it's all under this message of, well, it's inclusive. Everything isn't inclusive. Everything isn't good. You don't go around eating hemlock. It's a vegetable. It's still not good for you. Don't do it. It's bad. It will kill you. If one guy jumps off of a cliff, everyone shouldn't jump off of the cliff. Lemmings do that. Their lemmings are pretty low in the totem pole. This is stupidity, and this is insanity, and this is insulting and dangerous. Not whether or not the club is, the concept is. And this is just a testing ground for the next thing. If they allow, I believe, if they allow the satanic cult to go forward and to try and recruit children, again, big difference, children, then I guarantee you that within 6 months to a year, there is going to be a pedophile club going after the kids too. And what are we going to complain about then? Oh, but we got to be inclusive. No, I don't. No, I don't. No, I do not have to be inclusive. I do not have to accept as normal things that I don't consider normal. I don't have to do that. You can't force me. Isn't that what the Constitution is about? Life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness? My life, liberty, and pursuit of happiness. You want to be a Satanist? Fantastic. Go around your Satanist friends and be a Satanist. You come after my kids, I have a problem about that. You want to be a pedophile? Well, sorry, that one, hard limit. You're just going to jail. There's a problem with you. We're going to deal with you. But that's another thing altogether. But do you see my point? Does that make sense, Jason?
No, that exactly was my point. I mean, and like I said, it's like the thing that frustrates me the most is that the schools, will. I mean, look, I know that this is the direction because I think I've read this before. The way that the schools work is they, instead of fighting this battle, and realizing the direction that they're going in, and rather than lose, they will at some point, eliminate all activities other than that, which is basically just solid curriculum at the schools, and that simply will be what it is. Because there is honestly just no other legal way that they actually can handle this battle, because they already said they do not want to battle it in court. If they don't want to fight in court, then basically they're going to either have to allow the maps in, or they're going to have to eliminate the programs. And I think they've already chose that they're going to eliminate these programs.
But why take this away from kids? Should be able to go and watch the astronomy club and see clouds. They should be able to go out and go to the dance club and learn how to dance. They should be able to do art and music, and that's fine. That's not an ideology. That's just learning about the world. It's experiencing the world. It's being able to be part of the world. I'm not even necessarily so much upset about religion, although, religion is your religious organization. Go there. We've accepted that as a society. Fantastic. Otherwise, I'd be fine with a Christian club, a Judaism class. I really wouldn't care. But here's the thing. Why are we punishing children? What we're saying is we would rather punish the children for not accepting someone else's oddities, and we're going to punish you for that. The message to them is obey. In saying we're going to get rid of this and everything else, everything goes. You're saying, oh, you're going to be punished because you didn't obey. That is exactly what they're saying. You are punished because you did not obey. That's the wrong message.
No, it's not. Obey. The simple fact is this: is that they say that you're not religious neutral. You've got to be religious neutral. And again, every single one of these ideologies to all these individuals is their religion. That's what they believe. That's what they follow, and they believe it. Whether it's BLM, even these gender groups and all this, that basically it's an ideology and it's a religion that they believe in. The thing is that the school took a stance, simply stating separation completely without any sort of moral standard at all when it comes to any of these things, and now they're in a predicament where they either have an accept all or they have to exclude all. And the only way, and it's a solution to this problem really will be, again, I was reading a million times, everybody saying, oh, you got to homeschool your kids. But the first thing that's going to happen, though, is once these clubs are shut down, which I do believe that they're all going to be shut down, then it'll be up to the privatization, the communities themselves to step forward and having their own clubs privately where, people, will be able to join. That. And so you won't have if the Satanic club wants to start their own little thing and have, on the side and, advertise for it, then, so be it. Fine. It's not going to be done, obviously, in a place where they can harvest children.
Well, I have no problem if they privately want to do it amongst their own kids and anyone they can convince. Fantastic. Let them do it. I'm not against that. But not in a school where my taxes are being paid for. No. I don't want my taxes paid for that. I don't want the services that I'm working for in the community to be going to that. No, absolutely not. But if they want to privately, and if they make everything private, fantastic. Then the school's just a school, and there are no after-school programs. By the way, if that's the case, cut my taxes, because I'm paying for after-school programs in my taxes. Cut my taxes. If we can't have after-school programs, you don't need as much money from me. Cut my taxes. I guarantee you they won't do that. It's stupid.
No, it is. But this is another sign too of just, our society as a whole, pretty much morally crumbling, the founders themselves, pretty much stated that, if we don't have any sort of, religious, moral compass, to live our own lives by, then our democracy that we, and our constitution will completely fall, because it was based upon a society of people, who had, that were like-minded and believed in these certain ideals. And again, as a community, if we can't stand together and basically point to a satanic club and exclude them, from being, within our, children's, presence, then, we completely fail. And look at, we don't have the courage, or maybe we just don't have the finances, to actually argue this in court, in litigation all day long,
But we should. If we're going to spend the money, then let's spend the money in court. This is the only reason why we have a Satanist cult that even thinks that they can get into our schools is because it was, what was it, a year ago? Maybe, was it 2 years ago? That we had the progressives going to our school, to our kids, and reading them books saying, if you're white, you're evil. The CRT books. Do you remember that? It was about a year ago in April. Do you remember the school board screaming? Parents calling up and screaming because they were reading 5-year-olds books telling them that if you're white, you're evil. If you're black, you're a victim. And by the way, any authority, law enforcement, were bad guys. Do you remember that?
Oh, absolutely.
And that's why we got to where we are today. That's how we get to where we are today.
Yeah, look at the identity politics, and critical racism. It's like, look at it. It's destroying our society and tearing us apart. And the thing is then certain sectors of this, it's a culture war where again, it's being pretty much dominated by social media and the direction that takes, and also obviously the situations with the way that the great AI is being programmed to pretty much, persuade us to believe, a certain, agenda, which is, hilarious. Yeah, I mean, look, it's not a good thing.
Yeah, it's a very bad thing. I'm actually trying to find that article. Where is it? I had it.
Yeah. But yeah, look at, I mean, you I mean, you see John's comment here, stop stop your kids from reversible surgeries. Not okay. Yeah, and so it's like, where do you draw the line? Because you got a million different battles going on at the same time. I mean, you got Satanists, you got these surgeries, you've got, the massive changes in lifestyle, and you can't actually have any sort of moral judgment against these things at all. And it's just like, okay, it's like, where can you win the battle? I mean,
well, we have to speak up on these things. We have to say, no, some of this stuff is just wrong. It's just wrong. There's no two ways about it. It's just wrong. I can't find this art. How can I not find this video? Okay. Maybe YouTube pulled it from me. But I don't know. Well, let me do this. What else were you thinking about this, Jason?
You're breaking up.
I said, what else might you think about this? Do you have any other thoughts on this?
Not specifically. I mean, I think we pretty much, covered, the basis on this, and, where my stance is like this. I don't, like I said, I don't see the school or community really ever, having the guts to actually just ban a single entity. And this will eventually lead to the completely, elimination of all extracurricular things that aren't actually tied to the school. So, I mean, I can't see it being any other way.
Well, it'll be interesting. What I want to do, though, is there could be people who disagree with us. There could be people with a different view. And I want to open up the lines to them, give them a chance to also bring their point of view onto it.
All right.
So I do, again, always thank you, Jason, for giving a call and sharing your view, okay?
All right. Have a good one. Bye.
All right. Now, for people who aren't in New York State, who aren't in upstate New York, by the way, I should mention, if you think that, well, this is just a New York thing. No, it's a New York, it's a California, it's a Illinois, it's a Maryland, it's a Delaware. This is across America. You're seeing it first in the strongholds of the Democratic bluer than blue states. But this is happening across the nation. You're not hearing about it because, like I said, Facebook removed the actual images of the actual flyer because the social media is suppressing channels like this one. We only grow because you, word of mouth, tell someone, hey, Mike, take a look at this. Hey, take a look at this guy. Hear what he has to say. Whether you agree or not, listen to him. That's the only way we're growing. Because the social media, they will not, and they are actively suppressing showing this to other people to let them have their voices heard. And that's how they get away with these things like these satanic clubs, like the minor attracted people, how we're seeing them go into our schools with critical race theory and telling our kids that if you're white, you're evil, if you're black, you're a victim, and there is no choice, there is no end to that. The only one who can help you is the government somehow. This is how we get these Satanist clubs. This is how we get these problems in our culture. And if you're saying, well, Mike, are you saying that you're against Satanist clubs? Yes. Yes, I am. I have no problem saying that. I don't believe in Satanism. I don't think it's something we should promote. You don't agree? I don't care. Just that simple. But If you want to tell me and try and convince me why this is a good thing, I'm happy to hear it. If you're asking me, how do I feel about it? I don't like it. If you're asking me, should I put my taxes to it? No. You want to convince me otherwise, I will listen to you and your argument. If you're a progressive, if you're a Satanist, if you're a Democrat, if you think this is a fantastic thing, if you believe in inclusivity, that it has to be 100% inclusive, call in. Tell me why. Why must I accept that? Why must I conform to your point of view rather than have my own? Why must I obey? Because that's what these things are about. That's what these events are about. Whether it's teaching our kids that they have to hate white people for being born white because of the color of their skin, if we're going out there and we're trying to tell kids that they need to be Satanists, why? Why are we allowing kids to be indoctrinated and used this way? And why must I accept that? Why must that be part of someone's experience in life? Why? Why must your desire override my choice on my life? Let's go to some of the comments here. User has been banned says, those things mostly got traction from cringy, anti-atheist, fedora-tipping fruits. They just wanted to troll the religious people to the point where they themselves became religious. That's true. Dal, you missed quite a few things. Dal's like, what did I miss? Well, we're talking about the Satanist cult in Endwell and the fact that that's growing across this nation. John Cordisco again mentions that, guys, he has to admit that these people are just evil. This is just evil that is being indoctrinated into our kids. Mike Bowie mentions that if you take the Pledge of Allegiance out of schools, you can take Satan out of our schools. That's a good point. Again, I think this is all comes down to a question of why must we accept everything as inclusive because someone told me I must have it? Why must it be in my life? It's the same argument where some people are saying, well, you must date someone who is transsexual. Why? Why? Let me ask you, do lesbians have to date transsexual men? Or actually even straight men? Are you requiring that people must do something they oppose? I don't think anyone who is LGBTQ or even knows of someone with that, or most people would say, you must, if you are gay, lesbian, trans, you must have sex with straight people. But we are telling straight people they have to have sex with the with the trans. Why? And you've seen that in TikToks. There's lots of TikToks about that. Why must I change? Why must I obey? Why must I make this inclusivity part of my life? Why must I have a satanic cult? Why must I allow kids to be taught to judge people based on the color of their skin? An idea that we fought and had riots about in the 1960s. We created laws to change that. Why do we have to do that? I don't think most people think of it that way. They are saying that their desire, the progressive desire, is more important than your choice. Their desire is now your mandate. And when you think of it that way, you have to say to yourself, no, I'm a free American citizen. You don't have that power over me. And they say, well, you have to do it. Well, if you don't do that, you're evil. You're a bad guy. You're wrong. History is going to say you're a bad person. Maybe, but I'm also free and an American and I get to choose. And the answer is no. Your desire isn't my obligation. And it never should be. Dow's trying to catch up here. Yeah, Dow, take a look. Here it is. Yep, uproar. Satanists are trying to go and recruit children. Again, children. They're going after children. And my thought is, the next thing that we're going to see is going to be pedophiles saying that they are minor attracted people, and they're going to be having a club too. And this isn't just in New York State. It's in California. It's in New Jersey. It's in Illinois. It's in Delaware. It is in every bluer than blue state and city across this nation. These are the arguments they are making. And you have to do it. Otherwise, you're not inclusive, and that means you're an ist, a phobe, and evil. It's crazy. I don't understand this. I tell you, folks, these things don't make sense to me. And it's funny, slight detraction, slight detour. I was talking with a prominent Democrat the other day, and this prominent Democrat happened to tell me that they and their friends occasionally listen to this program. They can't listen to it live and call in because of their schedule and family. That's fine. But they said that they listen to it every so often, and they're amazed that I can be on with you every Sunday and talk for 3, 4, 5 hours in a row, that I can have these conversations on these subjects for so many hours and convey my thoughts and the issues and the points and the law and the consequences of what's happening. And they were amazed that I could do that for hours on end. And this rather prominent individual, who I'm not naming because I don't want to embarrass them, but this rather important and prominent Democrat said to me, I couldn't do that. And I thought about that for a little while, and I have to respond back to that same prominent, important Democrat in this region, and I have to say to you, you should. You absolutely should be able to sit here and talk to people for hours on end about why you believe the things you believe and why they're important. I am absolutely happy that I know that there are certain important figures in my community that listen to this program that don't agree with me, but they listen. And I'm happy to know that they are impressed that I can do this. And my only question is, why can't you? I want you to. I want you to do this. I want you to go out with your point of view and spend 5 hours telling me why the progressive, democratic, socialist ideology is a good one. I want you to explain to me for an hour, 2 hours, how I'm paying 45% more every time I go to the store. Tell me how that means the economy is good. I want you to tell me we lost 70,000 people, 70,000 layoffs in 1 month. Tell me how that's good for the economy. We have China and North Korea, Iran, and Russia all militarizing and becoming more aggressive. Tell me how that's good for America because we have no policy, international policy. Spend an hour or two telling me this. Tell me why I should obey and allow a Satanist club to affect our children under the title of inclusivity. Tell me how that is good. Spend an hour or two on that. I'd like to hear you tell me why, because I just told you why I think it's wrong. I think that's important. And again, I'm not picking on that person and I'm not attacking the person I'm speaking to. And there are more Democrats than that who listen to this. There are more progressives who listen to this. There are members of BLM and Progressive Leaders of Tomorrow that listen to this program. I know you do. You guys tell me that to my face in public. You won't come online. You won't actually make comments or call in. That's okay. But here's the thing. You should. Because if you believe what you believe strongly enough and you have the reason for what you believe, you shouldn't be afraid to be able to stand up. And you should be able to actually answer questions. And if you don't, then you should think about why you can't. Sorry, sidetrack, just something that I remembered from earlier in the week and I wanted to address. And again, I'm not attacking anyone, but I'm trying to make a bigger point there about these people in leadership positions that are so happy to tell people to obey and say, oh, if you don't obey, I don't agree. And it's like, okay, but you're not giving me a reason. You're not making an argument. You're just saying no. That's not an answer. It should never be accepted as an answer just because. Need more than that. The American people deserve more than that. And the consequences of just obey is absolutely detrimental. So going back to some of the comments here. I know user has been banned, and Dal are talking about what me and Jason were just talking about. Dal mentions that Satanism is the focus on self at the expense of others. It violates liberty, and that is no good for individual liberty. And I would agree with you. And I don't think there's any libertarian that would disagree with me on that. I don't believe. I'll find out. But it's so aggravating that today we have talked about the things that the mainstream media mostly will not talk about. They don't want to tell you about how Taiwan is laughing at America because we have not thought through this wonderkind, this home run idea that we're going to have, we're going to make semiconductor chips in New York State. It's going to transform New York's economy. Do you know how many times I've been told that New York's economy is going to be transformed by some home run? We had the drone testing site in Utica. We had the hemp was going to transform New York, help to transform America. Yeah, that's not happening. Doesn't happen. They have a home run every other year just in time for an election that it's going to transform America, and it never works. We have all these stories that you're not hearing about. And I have to say, in each and every one of these cases, why are they not telling us about not just what is happening, but the consequences? I have to believe that the news media, the journalists have, that the New York Times, that has 10,000 employees, CNBC, MSNBC, ABC, CBS, they have thousands of employees in each company, at least 10,000 employees in each company. And they don't have enough people or enough time to tell you what's going on in Syria and American troops that are in danger there, to find out what happened to the 5,000 Americans that were abandoned in Afghanistan, that they don't want to tell you that by sending in tanks and, God forbid, F-16s into Ukraine, that brings America into a Vietnam scenario where we're going to have hundreds, if not thousands, of American soldiers die? That if we don't protect our allies and our friends in Japan or in South Korea, that we're going to see a war in Southeast Asia? And again, hundreds, if not thousands, of Americans will die. You don't have to agree with me on everything. You don't have to agree with me on anything. I'm not a progressive. You don't have to obey me just because I'm black or because I'm Hispanic. That's just not a requirement. That's not even a good reason. It's not even a bad reason. But God help us, we need to have more of these questions. Now, I know Dal caught up, and now he's just like losing his mind here. I love it. I love it. Dal's losing his mind because of the Satanist thing. It's great to, I do pay attention to, I don't always comment on every single comment, although I think I get most of them. But it's funny sometimes when I watch people just lose their minds on an issue. Because not everyone catches this stuff. And that's what this program's about. And I'm happy when we have people from overseas. I know Agent Black was on with us earlier. He's from the UK, 7 hours ahead of time. I love it when we get to hear them. By the way, I should mention, Monday, I will be on with Larry Sharp on his channel. I am part of a panel discussion talking about e-girls, talking about online pornography, talking about the sex workers. So I think that's going to be a very interesting program to talk about that. Should sex workers be legal? Is it moral? What about OnlyFans and e-girls, are they legal? Are they moral? Should that happen? That's Monday at 9 o'clock. I'm going to be talking with Larry Sharp and 2 OnlyFans women who have their own OnlyFans pages, and I'm going to be talking with them. We're going to have a conversation about that. Then on Thursday, I will be interviewed by a channel, United Kingdom, a channel out of the United Kingdom, small channel, but I think they're good guys, and they're going to be interviewing me. So I'm going across the pond to talk to people in the United Kingdom and Europe about America and life and such. And that'll be on Thursday. I haven't confirmed the time yet, so I'll let you guys know. That's 7 hours ahead. So I know how you feel, Agent Black, because I'm going to be going 7 hours against my time frame to be able to do that interview. I'm looking forward to it. It's crazy, folks. Yes, there is. Oh, I didn't get to mention it earlier, but I did want to talk about it. Dow mentions the registries in the ATF. And here's the thing. It's slightly different than what we've been talking about, but I think it's important. This week, again, we have to go overseas to see the news about what happened in America. It's crazy. It happens all the time. In Oregon, the judge has overturned Second Amendment sanctuary cities. Kind of interesting. I don't think a lot of people heard about this. It happened on Thursday, the 16th, that you cannot have a sanctuary city for the Second Amendment in Oregon. Now, this is important because that means you cannot have a Second Amendment sanctuary city in America. Because the logic on what they said, what the court said in Oregon, is it would have the potential to lead to uncertainty for firearm owners concerning the legality of their conduct as they travel from county to county, or you were to go state to state. That's according to Judge Douglas Tukey. That's his name, Tukey. Can't help it. So I'm not making fun of him. That's his name. But Judge Tukey says that you can't have sanctuary cities for the Second Amendment. And, yep, users been banned, caught it, just like I did. What about immigration then? If I can't do it for the Second Amendment, then you can't do it for BLM, for plot, for LGBTQ. You can't do it for immigration. Because it would cause confusion, especially when we talk about immigration, especially the sanctuary states like California and New York. You can't have them because it leads to uncertainty concerning the legality of the conduct for these illegal aliens as they're in state to state, county to county. So I know there's a bunch of people who are anti-Second Amendment. These people like Maxine Waters, people like Representative Sheila Jackson Lee, and some of the others that are in Congress right now that think that we should get rid of the Second Amendment. And they have to understand, this isn't about the Second Amendment. It's about America. And if it's true that you can't have a sanctuary city for the Second Amendment, you can't have sanctuary cities. And I'm happy about that. I am more than happy to say you cannot have a sanctuary city for the Second Amendment if it also means, and we understand, it means you can't have sanctuary cities at all. Because, in fact, I don't believe in sanctuary cities. I think they're illegal. It's the same thing as whether Antifa wants to take over an autonomous zone as having a sanctuary city. They're the same thing. An autonomous zone, sanctuary city, they're all the same. You're violating laws. And you're putting your will over a group of people that may or may not agree with you. You're imposing your will and telling people to obey. We have a constitution. We have the laws of the nation. We have the amendments. I don't need a Second Amendment sanctuary city. I already have the Second Amendment. It's stronger than having a sanctuary city because the Second Amendment exists. All we have to do is follow it. I understand they've been putting out 22,000 different laws trying to find a way to get rid of the Second Amendment. It doesn't work. So I don't need a sanctuary city for that. I just need to follow the Second Amendment. But it also means, and so therefore, I'm perfectly fine saying, no, we don't have a Second Amendment sanctuary city. Let's get rid of all of them, including for immigration. Now, constitutional counties, not necessarily the same. But again, counties we already have the Constitution. It already applies. Saying that I'm going to follow the law that already exists, not a problem. It already exists. You haven't actually said anything different. A county is still constitutional. If a county wants to abide by the Constitution, well, the Constitution is the law. You don't need to do anything special to do that. You need to do something special to break that. That's why we got sanctuary cities, because they're breaking the law. They're breaking federal law on immigration. You have to break something to have a sanctuary from it, to have the sanctuary cities, because they're breaking the law. So constitutional counties still are constitutional. Second Amendment, still Second Amendment. But you notice no one in the news media is having that discussion with you. No one, the left, will never have this discussion with you. The left, the pro-immigration, the people who want to spend $60,000 of your tax dollars on letting some illegal alien sit in a 4-star hotel every day, they're never going to tell you this argument. They're going to tell you sanctuary cities are absolutely important. We have to have sanctuary cities for illegal aliens because no one is an illegal alien except when they break the law. Okay. It's stupid. So that's the way I see that. Now, maybe I'm wrong. And maybe we need sanctuaries for the various ideals that we have, but how does that not break down to autonomous zones at some point? How does it not break down to you have to obey, that you have no choice? I mean, I understand we obey laws, but theoretically, we're involved in the laws that are created, that the people we elected to represent us, that's what they're supposed to do, represent us. They're supposed to be our servants. That's why they're called civil servants. These civil servants are supposed to pass laws we come up with to better our lives, and that's why we obey those laws, because they're by us to improve us. Now, is that what functionally happens? No, absolutely not. I'm not naive, but that's the concept. Let's fight for that concept. So Dow says, right, but the understanding that he has is that with constitutional counties, if a law is made in violation of the Constitution, what do? Suspend the legislation application and bring litigation? Well, the answer for those counties is don't enforce the law, suffer the consequences of not enforcing that law, and bring a lawsuit. That's what I would say. You have the right to refuse. Just refuse it. Refuse as a county. You will suffer consequences. It will go to court and deal with it there. That's the way I understand it. My friends at the Liberty First Foundation may well have a different understanding or know it better than I do. I trust Mike Marshall. He's really good at the Constitution, but I think he would agree with me on that. I think he would. But it's a good question. But you'll never hear that question. You'll never hear that on CNN. You'll never hear that on MSNBC or ABC or the New York Times. You'll never see this in the Huffington Post. They will never tell you that, oh, those sanctuary cities, we have to get rid of them. They'll never tell you that, well, that's illegal. I'm happy that you can't have it, because they realize if you get rid of Second Amendment sanctuary cities, immigration sanctuary cities have to go too. and they should. At least that's the way I see that. I think this is important. And again, this story on this story from Oregon, which had to be told to us by The Guardian, the United Kingdom, to tell us about stuff happening in the United States. The only way we're going to find out about these things, the only way we get to talk about these things, we have to have it, because we have to have these conversations. And the mainstream media just doesn't want to do it. I don't know. Wow, it's been 4 hours, folks. I love it. The time goes by so quickly when I'm talking with you guys, especially about these passionate ideas. And I'm happy that our audience is growing. By the way, if you've made it this far, especially if you made it this far, please like, share, and subscribe. Please let other people hear this. Whether you agree or you disagree, I'm perfectly happy. Share this. Let other people be involved. Let them say, maybe you didn't want to say something in the episode. That's okay. Let them get online. Let them make a comment, whether they agree or disagree. We are always open to hear those voices, all of your voices, because we're not progressives. We don't want you to obey blindly. We want you to have a conversation to see what's the answer. So let's work together on that. Please like and share and subscribe. It's free, costs you nothing, means everything to me. Really would be helpful. So yes, on Thursday, I'm going to be interviewed in the United Kingdom. Monday, we're going to be talking about e-girls and sex workers with Larry Sharp, which should be very good. And throughout the week, I'll be doing my content as well. And you'll also have the Jay Rest Break, who does the shorts on the channel. Somehow, when I do a short on the channel, YouTube hates them. And when John does them, they love them. I don't understand it. No one gets to see my shorts. YouTube throws it out a window. John does a short. Everyone loves it. I don't get it. I do not understand. I'm too old. I'm just too old. I'm just thinking through, is there anything that I've talked about? Is there anything that I've missed this week? I mean, I could talk about the balloon a little bit more, but I think that's an old story, and it wasn't an important story to start with. But is there anything else that's been on your mind that you wanted to talk about, that you wanted to share, that you're concerned about anywhere in the world? Anywhere in the world, whether it's South Africa, working with the Chinese and the Russians to have drills, or anything else. Yeah, Dow watched my shorts. I thought they were good shorts. Because you're sitting down. You're funny. Your funny user's been banned. You don't see my shorts because I'm sitting down. Isn't that funny? Yeah, haha. You guys are just comedians. You're riots. But seriously. Actually, it is kind of funny. But anyway. There's so much that we can talk about around the world. And you know what? If you want to, I'll spend hours here. I don't mind. The unvaccinated database. Okay, Mike, do you want to call in? Because I'm not familiar with the unvaccinated database. Well, maybe not. If I understand the unvaccinated database, most people who have gotten the vaccine have at some point been registered by the government. So anyone who's not in that registry is therefore automatically assumed to be in an unvaccinated database. I assume. Is there something else about that I'm not aware of, Mike Bowie? So I'm concerned about that. And is there something that's happening that we should be concerned about? No. Well, I'm not in a control group. I don't know. How about... I'm just looking this up right now. Profile. Mind you, I'm not a doctor. Again, for the censors out there, I'm not a doctor. I'm not giving medical advice. I'm talking about political issues. Screw you, you stupid censors. Right. Mike Boy says they want doctors to ask their patients if they've been vaccinated. One, yes, good point. Their doctors should know automatically. So there's it. And two, if it's a doctor who's not your doctor asking you about your health care, screw you. I don't need to tell you. See, when I look at this, and just so you know, I looked up unvaccinated database. Now I'm going off of Google, and we know Google is biased. So when I look this through, I see that there is a pandemic tracker. I see that they're talking about in Bloomberg law, they're talking about tracking the vaccinated by name, race. That's a challenge on privacy, and they do have those people registered. If you've been vaccinated, you are registered with the government. They know who did get the vaccination. So there's that. But I am not seeing a law or anything that says anything about the unvaccinated. Oh, wait a minute. Well, that's from 2021. I'm not seeing anything recently. Now, it could be because I'm searching for the wrong thing. But it does seem to fly in the face. It was on Epic. Okay, that's why I'm not seeing it. So I need to know some more because as far as I'm aware, the database is for those who are vaccinated. Vaccinations are a choice, again, for the censors. As the censors would like you to know, being vaccinated or not is a discussion that you have with your doctor. It is about your private, personal health care. I am not giving you advice on anything about that. You can make your choice for yourself. I only suggest look at all the information that is available, including any potential side effects that may exist from an experimental drug that the government would be more than happy to put into your body if you allow them to. But I will say as well that they have and when you do that, you get logged into a database of all the people who've accepted this experimental drug that may or may not cause additional side effects. But I didn't see the new CDC guidelines on this. But I would think it's by default, if I have a list of everyone who did X, and I know that there's a whole total population of ABC, and only X did something, then I know Y didn't do it. Therefore, if you have a database of either people of one group, either those who are or who are not vaccinated, then you have a list of all the other people on the other side. Yeah, but we can't stop them from figuring that out. There's no way to stop people from knowing who. Now, you and I will not be able to figure out who's vaccinated, who's not vaccinated. We'll never get that list. The government already has it. The list was created as your doctor gave vaccinations to each and every individual. They've already got that list. Yeah, it's part of your medical record. The government already has the list of everyone who is vaccinated, and therefore, if you're not on the list, you're not vaccinated. The government has your name on that list too. That list has already been created. We can't stop that. The moment people said, I'm going to go in and get vaccinated, they got registered. You, by not doing that, also got registered. It's impossible to stop. The question is, what are people doing with that information? Yes, why do they want that? Why do they want that list of people who are or are not vaccinated? What do they plan to do with that list? What is that list necessary for? Why are they compiling it? And what are they going to do with it? That's a very important question. And I don't think it's because they're trying to find out if there were side effects. I don't think that's the case. Could be wrong. Don't think so. So that's very important. But people should consider, and I don't think a lot of people realize, the moment you go in and you're getting that vaccination, you are getting put into a list. The government has a database all about you now. Yeah, it is an aspect of the social credit system, as user has been banned is mentioning. That's true. Now, if there's anyone who would like to tell me why this is a benefit, why the social credit system is a good thing, if there's anyone who wants to tell me why they believe that there should be a list and people should be punished for making a choice about their personal health care, I'd be happy to hear it. But I notice no one ever wants to make that argument. Except, I know Biden wants to threaten people about it, but no one actually wants to have that conversation. Not on the left. Yes. Well, theoretically, we are seeing that even in New York State, they are lifting the various bans. They are lifting the mandates during the State of the Union. Joe Biden tried to take credit for that. I got you through this wonderful crisis, this horrible crisis, that he's trying to take care of you. And it was because of his leadership. No, people got fed up wearing 3 masks that didn't work. People got fed up getting 6 boosters, and then they wound up still having the pandemic. People just moved on. They lived because why should they be worried? The people who were going to die did in fact die, and the people who weren't did in fact live for the most part. But Joe Biden just wanted to take credit for what people already did. It's kind of like when Japan, people stopped wearing masks before the mask mandates were lifted. People stopped getting the injections before they lifted the vaccination mandates. It's just that simple. People already stopped, and the government just caught up that people just weren't going to listen to them anymore. It was that simple. And now they're taking credit like, see, we changed things. We made the difference. No, people already made the shift. People already made the choices, already made the difference, and they're already living their lives. And the government's running up going, I need some more votes. Vote for me for this. I know you did it, but, it was my idea too. It's stupid. It's just stupid. And we should call them out for that. I called out Biden during the State of the Union for that. I was tweeting about it saying, you're out of your mind, sir. You didn't change anyone's mind about masks. He was saying up until just about a month ago, he was up there saying, we need to wear masks. No, you don't. Doesn't do anything. All the fools that you see, well, can't say that. Let me backtrack. There are many people who are choosing to continue to wear masks, even though they are scientifically, empirically ineffective. According to UCLA, according to USC, according to papers that have been done, medical papers that have been done around the world, including those recognized by the WHO and the CDC, that we know wearing masks are useless. Period. Point blank, that's it. Ineffective, does not work, it's useless. That is a medical fact. Fact checkers, look it up. It's a fact. Doesn't work for you. Wearing 2 masks, wearing 3 masks, does not work. Ineffective. In fact, may cause more health problems than you're trying to resolve. They are more dangerous with no benefit. That is a fact. And Joe Biden wants you to think that he's a genius because you decided to stop wearing something that wasn't working for you. Because after you stopped, he said you don't have to do it anymore. Does that make any sense? Let's see here. Dow says that there has been talk that the code that is assigned when you let your doctor know that you have made a choice about the vaccination will be a precursor for medical services rationing. Oh, let them try that. That won't work. That won't go well. That will not be a good thing. I do not think that will go as well as some people think they will. But they can try. They can try and take away, you're talking about taking away millions in just the United States, tens of millions of people's ability to enact the health care that they already have, the health care that they've already paid for, the health insurance that they've paid for already. Not just the government, they paid for it, whether it's the government or private, they paid for it. Whether it's their taxes or their working dollars, they paid for it. And you're going to take it away from them? I don't think so. Yes, they're trying to do things like that in Canada. Canada doesn't have the same freedoms as the United States. And Canada has its own people revolting against them because Canada's out of their mind, because Justin Trudeau is an idiot. At least that's my opinion of him. You might like, someone likes Justin Trudeau and you'd like to call in and tell me how wonderful Justin Trudeau is when he's not in blackface. I'll be happy to hear it. We can have a conversation about how good and effective Justin Trudeau is when he's not in blackface, as he is trying to subjugate his people by stealing their money, closing their bank accounts, taking their money, and threatening to throw them, and actually throwing them in jail for saying he abused his power, which the government of Canada found he abused his power. They actually confirmed he abused his power. And he threw people in jail and took away their bank accounts and took their money to this day. Yeah, Justin Trudeau is a great guy. So, there's my thoughts about it. And so if we're saying, oh, we need to be more like Canada, why? Canada is not the most free country in the world. Canada isn't respected around the globe. Canada isn't the most powerful, most successful, highest quality of life country in the world. I don't want to be more like Canada. I don't want to be more like Europe. I want to be America. Because America is the shining beacon of liberty in the world. America is the highest quality of life in the world. America is the most freedom in the world. Why do I want to be like anyone else? No, Mike, I'm glad you brought it up. It's an interesting conversation. So thank you, Mike Bowie, for bringing it up. That's what the whole point of the show is, to bring it up. I follow a lot of stuff. I can't follow everything. But just going over off the top of my head, these are some of the thoughts I have about it, and I think it's interesting. Dow says that Viva Frey, who is a lawyer, and he does like a law tube program, was lamenting 2 days ago that he just watched the latest Trudeau presser about the courts justifying the use of the Emergency Powers Act. They overturned it on appeal, and Trudeau was found justified. That is insane. Viva Frey declared freedom in Canada is dead, and he is right. I did not know that Trudeau had it overturned on appeal because he was guilty. He abused his power. He abused the Canadian people. And they overturned that? They're on their way to, some kind of dictatorship in Canada. It's insane. That's stupid. Thank you for letting me know that, Dow. I didn't notice that news. That is insane. Very upsetting. All right. So we have been on for about 4 hours and 15 minutes, which I enjoy. Yeah, I watch Viva Frey sometimes, but not always. I watch Ricada Law a lot. I like him. And I do watch his stuff a lot. There's a lot of stuff I try and follow in a week. It all depends on how much stuff I'm trying to keep up with. I mean, there's a lot of research that goes into the 30 or so articles that I go over during the show, and then there's the various 5 or 6 per video that I do throughout the week. I mean, it's a lot of stuff, so sometimes I miss stuff in between. I thought you were trying to say that Dal, I thought you were trying to say that Justin Trudeau was Idi Amin. He's the Idi Amin of Canada. And by the way, if you're young enough and you don't know who Idi Amin is, look it up. Yes, I understand he wants to be Xi. He also wants to be Idi Amin. He wants to be an insane dictator. He thinks that Che Guevara was a good guy. It's really scary. But and he is having success, and that's absolutely terrifying considering he's absolutely wrong. He is empirically wrong. I think that's just absolutely true. He's empirically wrong. Justin Trudeau, and again, when I say that elected politicians can call into this program and have a discussion with me about the various issues or whatever they think is the issue, or if they think I'm wrong, I'm talking about not just Southern Tier New York. I'm not talking about New York State. I'm not talking about the United States. I'm talking about across the globe. If there is an elected leader in the world who speaks English, so since most of my audience is English speaking, so we have to stick to a language my audience will understand. But if they speak English and they think I am wrong about socialism, they think I am wrong about progressivism, if they think I am wrong about the economics of the United States, about the military aspects of the U.S. power around the world, about fighting Iran or China or Ukraine or Russia, if they think that I have misunderstood or misrepresented, I am happy to speak with any world leader, any elected official from any country that speaks English, even as a second language, and have a discussion with them. I'm open to all of you guys. So if you happen to be in Canada and you say, you just don't understand, fantastic, call in. I will have that discussion with you. If you happen to be in France, in Germany, in Belgium, you happen to be in the United Kingdom, you happen to be in Australia, New Zealand, you happen to be in Japan, anywhere in the world, I don't care. India, doesn't matter. Call in. Peru, Uruguay, Brazil. You speak English? Fantastic. Call in. I will have that conversation with you. I will explain why I believe the things I believe, the conclusions that I have come to, and the evidence I have to show it. And if you are a world leader, anyone, if you're an elected official anywhere in the world, and you think I'm wrong, come on in. Let's have that conversation. I'm not bashful. I am not afraid. Titles don't mean anything to me. I don't care if you're a congressman, a senator, a president. I don't care. That's not impressive to me. I've talked to lots of very, very high-ranking, impressive people throughout my life around the world. You'll just be one more. I'm not impressed. You better know what you're talking about. Let's have the conversation. And that's open. That's an open request anywhere in the world. But with that said, I think we've had a very good episode today. I think we had a lot of comments. I always thank you. We've got a lot of calls in. I'm always happy to hear people call in. Remember, folks, it's not just calling to 607-242-9247. You can also reach us off the Facebook app, off of Facebook Messenger, to call into the program, and we're happy to hear calls that way, too. And we're always happy to hear your voices, hear what you have to say about these various issues, whether you agree with them or not. We advise people, if you hear this, and it's after the fact, after the live show, leave a comment. Tell us whether you agree or disagree. Tell me if there's something that I missed or something that I got a mistake on. I'm open to hear that. I have a thick skin. I'm not afraid of being told that I was wrong about something. I will hear your point of view. We're happy to do that. If you're a politician, you know what? Call in. Just stop playing the games. Just call in. You're listening to the show anyway. Call in. And tell me that I'm wrong if you think I'm wrong. I'm perfectly happy with that. You know me. Many of you do. Many of the politicians do. I'm not going to embarrass you. Well, I'm not going to try and embarrass you. I'm not going to attack you. Call in, tell me why I'm wrong. What is that? What's the first? I missed while olaying Dune Spice Worlds. Playing. I'm like, what's olaying? I'm like, what's olaying mean? How do you olay? And I'm like, olaying Dune Spice Wars? Now I get it. It's the game. You were playing Dune Spice Wars, which is probably a lot more fun than talking with me. I'm okay with that. Yes, I get it was playing. I was messing with you. I figured it out. Dune Spice Wars is supposed to be pretty good. I don't have that. I was playing Bannerlord, then I stopped because of the issues with the audio, so I couldn't tape it. But I like Bannerlord. Bannerlord was a good game. He was rubbing lotion on the sand. Yeah. Where's the sand? Aha. Where's the sand, though? Anyway, I don't want to get into that. That's me being stupid. You guys don't realize. A lot of people don't realize. I actually crack jokes all the time. I'm a very, very different person. In person, I'm much more lighthearted than you guys may think. I know everyone says, you're so serious. No, really, I'm not. Or at least not all the time. Kingdom Come Deliverance, I heard a lot of people say they like that game. I didn't like it. I didn't play it. I saw some gameplay of it. It seemed far too linear. I like open world sandbox. I'm going to figure it out. I screw it up on my own kind of thing. Just like, and I like procedural games where they procedurally create stuff, so it's never the same. You never get the same experience each time you play, which is why I love games like Kenshi. Kenshi is a great game. There's Banished is a great game. There's a couple of others like that. In that line where it's always different, always changes, it's always tricky. Well, I'm not big on Czech history. I mean, not to say that Czech history is bad. I'm just not big on that because I do. No, I'm not familiar with it really. It's not bad, but again, the game looks nice. It's just too linear for me. I like games where I have procedural designs and I have open gameplay, sandbox and such, open worlds. That's my kind of thing. Unless I'm playing an MMO, because I play a lot of MMOs. Used to, anyway. All right, but we're talking about video games now. And this is a political channel. So let me let that go. But always, folks, I'm always open. And by the way, if people ask me and you want to talk to me about video games, I'll do that on this channel too. It's up to you. It's your voice, folks. I'm here every Sunday at 2:30 p.m. Eastern Standard Time to hear what you have to say, to answer your questions, to have a conversation with you on the things that I find and also the things that you find. It's important, and I think that's valuable. So with that, I want to thank you for being here this Sunday at 2:30 p.m. I look forward to seeing you next Sunday. We'll talk a little bit about my experience in the interview in the UK, talk a little bit about sex workers next week, plus all the other news that's going to be coming on. And I do not believe in the boycott of Hogwarts Legacy. I think people should buy it. I think you should play it. If someone has a problem, screw them. It's your money, your entertainment. The game looks good, seems to play well. I've watched the gameplay of it. If you like Hogwarts, if you like Harry Potter, fantastic, go for it. Do not let someone else's opinion determine how you live your life. Don't let their desire change the way you get your enjoyment. There's no reason for it. That's it. Just because some goofball says, oh my God, you're playing that, and the world will end because you turned on your Xbox and Hogwarts Legacy showed up. I mean, if you believe that, you got problems. If you want to play the game, play the game. It's a good game. Well-designed game. Looks beautiful. Play Hogwarts Legacy. If you don't want to play it, don't play it. But don't do either of these things because some Yahoo on the internet said, you're evil if you do that. Screw them. All right. I know I haven't talked about Hogwarts and the ban and all that, but it just annoys me. I think it should be straightforward. Hogwarts Legacy, it's a video game. No one is going to live or die because you played a video game. No one's going to live or die because you watch a movie or read a book. This is how they burned books back in the day. Oh my God, you can't read that book. It's evil. If you read that book, someone will die. No, they won't. No, they won't. You watch that movie, someone will die. No, they won't. You played that video game. Someone's being killed because you played that video game. No, they didn't. It isn't happening. You're a liar if you say that. It is absolutely absurdist to make that claim. There is nothing. Forget about being empirically correct. It isn't even theoretically correct. It is absurd. It is exaggeration beyond exaggeration. It is meant to manipulate people's emotions so that you can coerce them into believing by obeying what you have told them. That's what it is. The whole protest against Hogwarts is nothing more than emotional manipulation to make you obey someone else's desires. You can play Hogwarts, and it doesn't mean that you're LGBTQAI+, you want to be a toaster. It doesn't mean you're for it. Doesn't mean you're against it. It means you're playing a video game. And hopefully it's a good video game and it plays well and you enjoy yourself because it costs $60. So either you're enjoying it or you're not. But screw anyone who's trying to tell you, oh my God, and if you do that, people will die. No, they won't. No. And anyone who tells you that and expects you to change your opinion and change what you're doing because their feelings are hurt. Oh my God, you're hurting my feelings because you're playing a video game. Screw you. I don't care. If your feelings are being hurt that badly because I'm doing something that I enjoy, you know what? I'm going to dance on your grave. I have no problem saying that. I will dance on your grave because I will enjoy the things I enjoy. If you don't like the movie I like to watch, don't watch it. If you don't like the video game I like to play, don't play it. You don't want to read the books I like, don't read them. You're not required to. Again, I'm not a progressive. I don't obey because the leadership says you must do this. I'm not a socialist. I'm not a communist. I'm not going to obey because the order came down from on high that this is how you can enjoy yourself and the only way you can enjoy yourself. Screw you. You know, John even did he did a shorts on this. John did a shorts on this. I remember this. Hang on, I want to show it to you guys if I can. Where is it? Shorts. John did a short on this. Where are those things? I want to show you this. Here it is.
What's going on, guys? It's BeachHopperSuch here with the J-Rest break for you today. Be sure to comment, like, subscribe. It helps the channel. Drop which Harry Potter house you are in the comment section today because we're talking about Hogwarts Legacy. So this is a follow-up to our last Hogwarts Legacy video where we talked about how Hogwarts Legacy was breaking records. But today we're talking about something a little different. All across the gaming news media, all across the media, they've been talking about this new bundle to combat Hogwarts Legacy called Trans Witches... or witches, I can't make this up. And it's basically a bundle of different games and music and books and fanzines, as they're called, valuing at $300. It feels like a made-for-TV ad, you know, value over $300. And they're saying it's raised over $100,000, this bundle. We did the math. As of producing this video, 1,800 people have bought that. More people go to a...
Okay. So John did this thing, and it was interesting. They're screaming, they're crying, they're all upset about the Harry Potter. They've been making the protests about it, and they put out their own product. No one wants to buy it. No one wants it. No one cares. And you know what? I don't mind that they're putting out their own product and they're trying to get people to buy it. But you don't get to control someone. Don't ever let someone control you. If someone says, oh, I'm going to watch this movie, and they say, aren't you going to watch it? No. Well, what's wrong with you? I don't want to see the movie. Am I going to see Ant-Man and the Wasp, Quantumania? No. Why? It's woke. I don't want to see it. I don't like Ant-Man. I don't like the series. I don't like the way they portray the characters. I'm not going to see it. I'm not going to give them my money for useless crap. Did you go and see Wakanda Forever? No, it was stupid. I don't like the characters. I don't like the characterization. I don't like the messaging. I'm not giving Disney my money. Did you see Rise of Skywalker? No, I didn't watch it. I didn't like the storyline. Since Disney took over Star Wars, I don't like their decisions. I don't like the way they make movies. I don't like the messaging or the politics. I'm not going to give them my money. Oh my God, you're so evil. How could you do that? Don't you know that you must consume? Consume next product. The product is great. Great product. Product is so great. Consume more product. No, I'm sorry. I'm not going to do that. I'm just literally not going to do that. And you're not going to convince me. I'm not going to feel guilty because you didn't consume product. Consume product. No, I'm not consuming product. Okay? Screw off. I don't care. But you should consume product. No, I'm not consuming product. I'm a human being. I have choices. I make choices. I like things of quality. I'll drink scotch because I don't want to drink, I don't know, Ripple or wine or something. You know, this is just insane. Yeah, Dow, why spend money on companies that hate you? Exactly. And it's the same thing with politics. I won't give money to politicians that hate me, that don't support the things I support. I'm not going to give money to channels that I don't support. I ask for people to make donations if they can, always. But if you hate me, don't give me money. Although, if you happen to be a white supremacist, a white privileged person, you're one of those guys, it's kind of hard, even if you hate me. According to your ideology, the white privileged people, you kind of have to because I'm black and Hispanic. Even if you don't like the fact that I'm black and Hispanic, I'm black and Hispanic. So if you believe in critical race theory, if you believe in white privilege, you kind of have to give me your check. Kind of have to. So give me your check. No one else has to give me your check. No one else has to do anything stupid like that. But if you believe in white privilege and you believe in critical race theory and sectionality, hey, give me your check. It's your rules, not mine. But anyway, I've gone way off the track. Hey, hot chicks. But as you can hear, my puppy is calling me. I got to take him out. We've been on for 4.5 hours. I thank you guys. I look forward to it. We will be back Sunday. Take care.